Story 1. My boyfriend told his friends that I'm possessive and jealous because I saw him flirting with other women and said I didn't like it. I used to think love meant accepting everything about someone, even when it made you uncomfortable. Looking back now, I realize how naive that sounds, but at 23, I genuinely believed that questioning your boyfriend's behavior meant you were being unreasonable. It started at my friend's birthday party in downtown Portland. I was wearing this new black dress I'd saved up for, feeling confident for once. My boyfriend had been dating me for 8 months, and I thought we were solid. He was charming, popular with everyone, and had this way of making me feel special when it was just the two of us. But something shifted that night. While I was getting drinks, I saw him leaning against the bar, talking to this blonde woman in a way that made my stomach turn. He was using that voice, the one lower, more intimate, the same tone he used with me when we were alone. His hand kept brushing her arm, and when she laughed, he moved closer. I walked over with his beer, trying to stay calm. "Hey, who's your friend?" I asked, forcing a smile. He barely glanced at me. "Oh, this is my girlfriend," he said to the woman like I was some afterthought, not even using my name. The woman looked embarrassed and excused herself quickly. "That seemed pretty flirty," I said once we were alone. He rolled his eyes dramatically. "Here we go again. Can't I have a normal conversation with another human being?" It didn't look like just conversation to me. "You're being paranoid," he said loud enough that his friends nearby could hear. "She's getting possessive again, guys." His friend laughed. "Dude, you better watch out. Next, she'll be checking your phone." I felt my face burn with humiliation. The way they talked about me like I wasn't standing right there, like my concerns were some kind of joke. But what hurt most was how he just stood there smiling, enjoying their validation of his behavior while dismissing mine. The rest of the night, I noticed things I'd been ignoring before. How he'd disappear for long stretches, always returning with stories about networking or catching up with old friends. How women seemed to know him better than I expected. How he'd position himself with his back to me when talking to them, like he was creating a private bubble that excluded me. When I tried to bring it up on the drive home, he sighed heavily. "Look, I love you, but this jealousy thing is getting old. I can't walk on eggshells every time I talk to another person." "I'm not jealous," I protested. "I just think there's a difference between being friendly and being flirty. To you, maybe, but normal people can tell the difference between appropriate social interaction and something inappropriate. Maybe you should work on that." The way he said normal people cut deep, like I was defective somehow, like my instincts were wrong. I spent the whole drive home questioning myself, wondering if I really was being unreasonable. Maybe I was reading too much into innocent interactions. Maybe I was the problem. That night, I lay awake replaying every moment, trying to convince myself I'd overreacted. He was sleeping peacefully beside me, and I felt guilty for even doubting him. He'd never actually done anything wrong, right? It was just conversation, just being social. But deep down, something felt off. The dismissive way he treated my concerns, the public humiliation, the automatic assumption that I was wrong. It all sat wrong with me. Still, I pushed those feelings down, telling myself this was what mature relationships required. Compromise, understanding, trust. If only I'd known then what I know now about the difference between trust and willful blindness. 2 weeks later, he suggested we go to his coworker's housewarming party. I was hesitant after what happened last time, but he seemed excited to introduce me to his work friends, so I agreed. I spent an hour getting ready, choosing a casual but cute outfit that would make a good first impression. The party was in full swing when we arrived at this modern house in the suburbs. His coworkers were friendly enough, mostly young professionals like us. Everything seemed normal at first. We mingled. I met his colleagues and he seemed proud to have me there. Then the music got louder and people started dancing. I was talking to his colleague's wife about her job when I noticed him on the makeshift dance floor. He was dancing with this petite brunette from his marketing department. And it wasn't just dancing. His hands were on her waist, pulling her close, their faces inches apart as they moved to the beat. I excused myself and walked over. "Mind if I cut in?" I asked, trying to keep my voice light. The woman stepped back immediately, but he groaned. "Come on, we're just dancing. Don't be that girlfriend." That girlfriend. The phrase stung. I watched as several people turned to look at us, drawn by the tension in his voice. You know what I mean? The controlling type who can't handle their boyfriend having fun. His friend appeared beside us with a drink. What's the drama about? She's upset that I was dancing, he said, shaking his head like I was being completely unreasonable. Seriously, it's just dancing, man. His friend said to me directly. You can't expect him to stand in the corner all night. I felt trapped. How could I explain that it wasn't about dancing, but about the way he was dancing, about boundaries and respect? Standing there with everyone watching, I felt like the crazy girlfriend they were all whispering about. Fine, I said, stepping back. Dance away. But it got worse. Over the next hour, I watched him work the room like he was single. He got 3 different phone numbers from women at the party right in front of me. When one woman asked if he was available, he actually paused before saying, "It's complicated," while glancing at me. The breaking point came when we were leaving. A woman from the party, the same brunette he'd been dancing with, approached our car. "Hey, you never gave me your number," she said, completely ignoring that I was standing right there. Without hesitation, he rattled off his phone number while I stood frozen in disbelief. She programmed it into her phone and texted him immediately. "There, now you have mine too," she said with a flirty smile before walking away. I waited until we were in the car before I exploded. "Are you kidding me? You just gave out your number right in front of me." "Relax. It's networking. She works in digital marketing. She might have opportunities for me." At 11 at night in a parking lot? That's not networking. That's you collecting phone numbers from women you want to sleep with. He started the engine and pulled out without looking at me. "This is exactly what I'm talking about. You turn everything innocent into something dirty. Maybe the problem isn't me. Maybe it's your own insecurity talking." My insecurity? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Any normal girlfriend would be upset about this. No, they wouldn't. Most women are confident enough in themselves and their relationships that they don't need to police their boyfriend's every interaction. The ride home was silent, but I could feel him getting angrier. When we got to my apartment, instead of walking me up like usual, he stayed in the car. "I need some space to think about whether this relationship is working," he said through the rolled-down window. I stood on the sidewalk watching him drive away, feeling like I'd been punched in the gut. Somehow, I was the villain in this story. I was the unreasonable one. I was the problem that needed fixing. That night, I called my sister crying. "Am I crazy?" I asked her. "Is it normal for your boyfriend to dance with other women and give out his number?" "Hell no," she said immediately. "That's not normal at all. You know that, right?" He didn't call for 3 days after our fight. 3 days of me checking my phone obsessively, wondering if I'd overreacted, if I'd pushed him away for good. When he finally texted, it was like nothing had happened. "Missing you. Let's go to Jake's party Friday. I'll pick you up at 8. No apology, no acknowledgement of our fight, just an assumption that everything was fine. I should have said no. I should have demanded we talk first. Instead, I spent Friday afternoon getting ready, choosing a dress I knew he liked, hoping we could get back to how things used to be. The party was at his friend's house near the university. A big, crowded affair with people spilling out into the backyard. I felt nervous the moment we walked in, but he seemed relaxed, greeting everyone like he hadn't a care in the world. For the first hour, things seemed almost normal. We stayed together, talking to mutual friends, sharing drinks. I started to relax, thinking maybe we'd moved past our issues. Maybe I had been overreacting. Then I saw her across the room. His ex-girlfriend from college, the one he'd dated for 2 years before me. She was tall, confident, everything I sometimes felt I wasn't. She spotted him at the same time and started walking over with this smile that made my stomach drop. "Oh my God, look what the cat dragged in," she said, completely ignoring me. "Hey, stranger," he replied, and I could hear something in his voice change. "You look amazing." I stood there like a piece of furniture as they caught up, her hand touching his arm every few seconds. Both of them laughing at inside jokes I wasn't part of. When she suggested they grab drinks together, I finally spoke up. I'll come with you, I said. Actually, we're good, his ex said. We have some catching up to do. He shrugged apologetically at me. Just give us a few minutes. Okay? A few minutes turned into 20, then 30. I found myself alone at this party, watching from across the room as my boyfriend got increasingly cozy with his ex. His friends were watching too, some of them smirking, others looking uncomfortable for me. When I finally walked over to reclaim my boyfriend, I found them on the back porch, very close together on a small outdoor couch. Too close. Hey, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Can we talk for a minute? We're in the middle of something, his ex said without even looking at me. Yeah, it's kind of a private conversation, he added. The dismissal was so casual, so public, that I felt my face burn with humiliation. Several people had followed me outside and were now witnessing this entire exchange. I'm your girlfriend, I said quietly. And I'm talking to an old friend, he replied. Don't be weird about it. That word, weird, echoed in my head as I walked back inside. I found myself in the bathroom staring at my reflection, wondering how I'd become the weird girlfriend, the problem girlfriend, the one who couldn't handle normal social situations. When I came back outside 20 minutes later, I couldn't find them anywhere. Someone pointed toward the side yard, and that's when I saw them. He had her pressed against a tree, kissing her like his life depended on it while she ran her fingers through his hair. The worst part wasn't just seeing it. The worst part was hearing the laughter. His friends had their phones out filming, making jokes about how I was about to lose my mind. They were treating my humiliation like entertainment. I stood there frozen for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then I turned and walked straight out of that party. I didn't say goodbye to anyone. I didn't cause a scene. I just left. By the time I got home, my phone was buzzing with notifications. He'd posted on Instagram, "Sometimes you just got to do what feels right," with a picture of him and his ex from earlier in the evening before the kissing. He'd tagged all his friends, including the ones who'd been filming. The comments were already rolling in. Dude, your girlfriend is going to kill you. Worth it, though. Freedom looks good on you. I turned off my phone and cried myself to sleep, realizing that what I just witnessed wasn't a moment of weakness or confusion. It was planned. It was deliberate. It was designed to humiliate me in front of people who already thought I was the problem. I woke up to silence. No texts, no calls, no frantic apologies. It was almost worse than if he'd been blowing up my phone. The quiet felt like confirmation that what happened meant nothing to him, that I meant nothing to him. Around noon, my sister called. I saw the post, she said gently. Are you okay? He kissed his ex-girlfriend in front of everyone and posted about it online, I said, my voice coming out flat and emotionless. So no, I'm not okay. That's not okay. That's never okay. You know that, right? Before I could answer, I heard banging on my apartment door. Loud, persistent, aggressive banging. I have to go, I told my sister. Through the peephole, I could see him swaying slightly, still in the same clothes from last night. He looked drunk or hungover or both. Open up, he called out. We need to talk. I opened the door but kept the chain lock on. What do you want? Let me in. I can explain everything. Explain what? I saw you making out with your ex while your friends filmed it for entertainment. He leaned against the door frame. You're being dramatic. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? Look, she kissed me. Okay? I was drunk and she caught me off guard. You know how she is. Always causing drama. The blame shifting was so immediate, so automatic, that it actually made me laugh. So, this is her fault. I'm not saying it's her fault, but you know how you get when you drink. You get all clingy and possessive, and it drives people away. She was just being normal, being friendly, and you made it weird by sulking all night. I stared at him through the crack in the door. I made it weird. Come on, baby. You always forgive me. That's what I love about you. You understand that people make mistakes. The casual assumption in his voice that forgiveness was guaranteed, that this was just another bump in the road, made my blood boil. Not this time, I said and started to close the door. He shoved his foot in the gap. Don't be like this. You know I love you more than her. She doesn't mean anything. If she doesn't mean anything, why did you kiss her? Because you've been so difficult lately, so suspicious and jealous about everything. A guy needs to feel appreciated, desired. And lately, all I get from you is criticism and accusations. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Somehow this was my fault for not appreciating him enough. My fault for having boundaries. My fault for expecting basic respect. Get away from my door, I said. Look, I'm sorry you're upset, okay? But you have to understand when you act like this, it pushes me toward other people. If you were more trusting, more supportive, this never would have happened. I slammed the door shut and turned the deadbolt. He kept knocking and calling my name for another 10 minutes before finally leaving. That afternoon, I got a text from my friend who'd been at the party. Girl, you need to see this. She sent me a screenshot of a group chat with his friends. Messages from earlier that morning. Dude, did you see her face when she caught you? Priceless. She just stood there like a deer in headlights. Bro, you really showed her who's boss. Bet she'll think twice before giving you attitude again. And then his response. She'll get over it. She always does. Sometimes you got to remind them what they could lose. The casual cruelty of it, the calculated nature of what he'd done, hit me like a physical blow. This wasn't a mistake or a moment of weakness. This was a lesson, a punishment for daring to question his behavior. I screenshotted the messages and saved them. Something told me I might need them later. That evening, he showed up again. This time with flowers from the grocery store and what looked like a hastily written apology note. I didn't even go to the door this time. I watched through the window as he left both on my doorstep and walked away, already pulling out his phone, probably to complain to his friends about how unreasonable I was being. The note said, "Sorry you got the wrong idea about last night. I love you. Stop being stubborn and call me." Even his apology blamed me for misunderstanding rather than acknowledging what he'd actually done. I crumpled it up and threw it away along with the flowers. I didn't respond to any of his attempts to contact me. Not the flowers, not the note, not the 17 text messages that followed over the next 2 days. For the first time in our relationship, I went completely silent, and I could feel him starting to panic. The text started normal enough. Hey, can we talk? And, I miss you. But by day 3, they were getting frantic. This silent treatment is really immature. At least tell me you're okay. I'm starting to worry something happened to you. Your sister says you're fine, but won't talk to me. This is ridiculous. By day 4, he was calling multiple times a day, leaving voicemails that swung between apologetic and angry. I listened to them all, but never responded. Look, I get that you're upset, but this is getting out of hand. People make mistakes. Grown-ups talk about their problems instead of playing games. Then later that same day, I can't eat. I can't sleep. I love you. Please just call me back. And then just an hour later, you know what? Fine. If this is how you want to handle things, maybe we aren't as compatible as I thought. The whiplash between desperation and manipulation was almost fascinating to watch from the outside. I started screenshotting everything, creating a digital record of his unraveling. On day 5, he showed up at my apartment again, but this time he seemed different, less confident. He'd clearly been drinking, but there was something desperate in his eyes that I'd never seen before. "I know you're in there," he called through the door. "Your car is here and I can see the light on." I stayed quiet. This is insane. We've been together for 8 months. You can't just disappear because of one stupid mistake. Still nothing from me. Fine. You want to know the truth? Yes, I kissed her. But it didn't mean anything. It was just proving a point. Now I was listening. You've been so paranoid lately, so convinced I was going to cheat on you. And my friends were laughing about how whipped I was, how I couldn't even talk to another woman without you getting upset. So, when she was there and she was flirting with me, I wanted to show everyone that I'm still my own person. The honesty was startling and somehow made it worse. He'd humiliated me to prove a point to his friends about his independence. My feelings, my dignity, were just collateral damage in his quest to look cool. It wasn't about her, he continued. It was about not letting you control me. But I see now that it was stupid. It was childish. I'm sorry. For a moment, I almost opened the door. The apology sounded sincere, different from his usual deflections. But then I remembered the group chat messages, the casual cruelty of his friends' comments and his participation in them. I know you're listening, he said, his voice getting harder. And I know you're enjoying this, making me grovel, making me chase after you. Well, congratulations. You win. Are you happy now? The shift back to blame was so quick it gave me whiplash. Even in his apology, he couldn't help but make me the villain. You know what the funny thing is? He continued, and I could hear him sitting down against my door. Everyone told me you were too good for me when we started dating. Your friends, your sister, even my mom. They said you deserved better. But I defended you. I told them they didn't understand how special you were. Now he was rewriting history, painting himself as my defender against people who actually cared about me. But they were right, weren't they? You are too good for me, too perfect, too pure to understand that sometimes people mess up, too rigid to forgive the person who loves you. The manipulation was so transparent. I almost laughed. Somehow being a good person was now a character flaw he was using against me. I heard him stand up and walk away, but not before leaving one final voicemail. I hope you're proud of yourself. You're throwing away the best thing that ever happened to you because of your pride. But don't come crawling back when you realize what you lost. That night, I got a text from an unknown number. Girl. He's at the bar crying into his beer, telling everyone who will listen that you're crazy and broke his heart. Thought you should know. Ashley from the party. I smiled for the first time in days. Let him tell everyone I was crazy. I was finally starting to feel sane. I thought I was safe at work. The marketing firm where I worked was downtown, a world away from his usual haunts. And I'd never brought him there except for one office Christmas party. But on Tuesday morning, exactly a week after the party incident, my coworker appeared at my desk with a concerned expression. There's some guy at reception asking for you, she said quietly. Says he's your boyfriend and it's an emergency. My stomach dropped. What does he look like? Tall brown hair. Looks like he hasn't slept much. He seems pretty agitated. I could have pretended I wasn't there. I could have had security remove him, but I knew he'd just keep coming back. Better to deal with this head-on in public where he couldn't completely lose control. I found him in the lobby pacing by the elevators in yesterday's clothes. He looked terrible, unshaven, eyes red. That manic energy of someone who'd been running on coffee and desperation for days. We need to talk, he said the moment he saw me. You can't just show up at my workplace. This is completely inappropriate. Inappropriate? You've been ignoring me for a week. I had to do something to get your attention. Several people in the lobby were staring now, including the receptionist and a couple of my coworkers getting coffee. I felt my professional reputation crumbling in real time. Fine, I said through gritted teeth. 5 minutes outside. We walked to the small park across the street where at least we wouldn't be making a scene in front of my colleagues. He immediately launched into what sounded like a prepared speech. I've been thinking about everything that happened and I realize I made some mistakes. I should have been more considerate of your feelings. Some mistakes. I couldn't believe the understatement. You publicly humiliated me and posted about it online. I know, but you have to understand. I was getting a lot of pressure from my friends. They kept saying you were changing me, making me boring. And I guess I wanted to prove them wrong. There it was again. Everyone else's fault but his own. So, you decided to prove them wrong by cheating on me in front of everyone. I didn't cheat. It was just a kiss and it didn't mean anything. I was drunk and stupid. And I'm sorry you misunderstood what happened. Misunderstood. My voice was getting louder. I misunderstood watching my boyfriend make out with his ex while his friends filmed it. Okay, maybe misunderstood is the wrong word, but you're blowing this way out of proportion. People kiss their exes at parties sometimes. It doesn't mean anything. The casual dismissal of my feelings, the complete lack of understanding about why this was wrong, It crystallized something for me. This wasn't going to get better. He wasn't going to suddenly develop empathy or respect for boundaries. "We're done," I said simply. "What do you mean done?" "I mean, this relationship is over. I'm breaking up with you." For a moment, he just stared at me like I'd spoken a foreign language. Then his expression shifted from confusion to anger. "You can't be serious over one stupid kiss. It's not about the kiss. It's about the lying, the disrespect, the public humiliation, and the complete lack of accountability. It's about you showing up at my job like a stalker because I won't answer your calls." "Stalker? I'm your boyfriend trying to save our relationship." "Ex-boyfriend," I corrected. "As of right now." He grabbed my arm, not hard enough to hurt, but firmly enough to stop me from walking away. "You don't mean that. You're upset and you're not thinking clearly." I looked down at his hand on my arm, then back at his face. "Let go of me." Something in my voice must have gotten through because he dropped his hand immediately. "Look," he said, switching tactics again. "I know you're hurt, but throwing away 8 months because of one bad night is crazy. We're good together. We love each other. You love having someone who accepts your bad behavior without consequences. That's not love. I'm trying to apologize here." "No, you're trying to make me believe that what I saw wasn't that bad, that my reaction is unreasonable, and that I should be grateful you're willing to forgive me for being upset. That's not an apology." I started walking back toward my office building. He followed. "So that's it. You're just going to throw us away." "I'm not throwing anything away. You already did that when you decided your friend's approval was more important than my feelings." "Fine," he called after me. "But don't come crawling back when you realize what a huge mistake you're making." I kept walking without turning around. As I got back to the elevator, I could see him through the glass doors, still standing on the sidewalk, pulling out his phone, probably calling his friends to tell them how unreasonable I was being. Let him. I was done caring what he or his friends thought of me. 2 days after our confrontation at my office, my mom called me at work, which she never did unless it was an emergency. "Honey, I just got the strangest call from that boy you've been dating." My blood went cold. "He called you?" He sounded very upset. "He said you two had a fight and you won't talk to him. He asked if I could help mediate because he loves you so much and doesn't understand what he did wrong." I closed my office door and sat down heavily. "Mom, please tell me you didn't get involved in this." Well, I told him that relationship problems should be worked out between the two people involved. But he seemed so sincere. He said he made a small mistake and you're overreacting because you have trust issues. Trust issues. The phrase felt like a slap. What else did he say? He mentioned that you've been very controlling lately, not letting him have friends or go out. He said he's worried about your mental state. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. He was systematically rewriting our entire relationship, painting me as the unstable one while positioning himself as the concerned boyfriend trying to help his difficult girlfriend. Mom, that's not what happened at all. Then what did happen? Because he made it sound like you've been having some kind of breakdown. I found myself in the impossible position of having to defend my sanity to my own mother. I told her about the party, about the public humiliation, about the group chat messages. But even as I explained, I could hear how it sounded. Like a jealous girlfriend overreacting to normal social behavior. Are you sure you didn't misinterpret what you saw? My mom asked gently. Sometimes when we're feeling insecure in a relationship, we can read too much into innocent situations. The fact that he'd managed to plant doubt in my mother's mind about my own perceptions was both infuriating and impressive in its manipulation. That evening, my aunt called, then my cousin. By the end of the week, I realized he'd contacted half my family with variations of the same story. I was the unstable girlfriend having a breakdown over imagined slights. He was the devoted boyfriend trying to get help for his struggling partner. The stories were consistent enough to sound credible, but varied enough to seem spontaneous. To my aunt, I was having anxiety issues that were making me paranoid. To my cousin, I was depressed and pushing away everyone who cared about me. To my grandmother, I was going through a difficult time at work and taking it out on my relationship. Each family member who called started with the same tone. Gentle concern mixed with confusion about why I wouldn't just talk to this sweet young man who obviously loved me so much. He even offered to pay for couples therapy, my aunt told me. That shows real commitment. The master stroke came when his mother called me directly. I'd met her twice during our relationship. She'd seemed nice enough, if a little protective of her son. Her voice was warm and motherly when she spoke. Sweetheart, I hope you don't mind me calling. I'm just so worried about both of you. His mother, I appreciate the concern, but this is really between your son and me. I know, but he's been beside himself with worry. He tells me you're going through a rough patch and he's trying so hard to be supportive, but you won't let him help. It was the same script delivered with maternal concern. But then she added something new. He showed me some of the messages you've been sending him. Honey, some of them are quite harsh. I'm worried you might be dealing with some anger issues. Messages? What messages? The ones where you're calling him names, accusing him of terrible things. He's been showing them to me because he's so confused about where this is all coming from. I felt my world tilt. I haven't sent him any messages. I haven't contacted him at all. There was a pause. Oh, well, maybe I misunderstood. But sweetie, he really does love you. Can't you find it in your heart to forgive whatever small thing he did wrong? After I hung up, I sat staring at my phone, trying to process what had just happened. He was showing people fake messages, claiming I was harassing him while simultaneously claiming I wasn't talking to him at all. The lies were so elaborate, so coordinated, that I almost admired the effort. But the scariest part was how effective it was. My own family was starting to question my judgment, my mental state, my version of events. He was systematically isolating me by turning my support system against me, making everyone believe I was the problem that needed fixing. That night, my sister called with news that made my stomach sink. He contacted Dad, she said without preamble. Oh God, what did he say? He told Dad that you're having some kind of breakdown and he's concerned you might hurt yourself. He asked Dad to do an intervention. I dropped my phone. My father showed up at my apartment the next evening unannounced, something he'd never done in the 4 years I'd lived there. I could see the worry etched on his face as I opened the door. Dad, what are you doing here? Can I come in? We need to talk. I made us coffee while he sat awkwardly on my couch, clearly struggling with how to begin a conversation he'd never expected to have. Your boyfriend called me yesterday. He finally said he's very concerned about you. Ex-boyfriend, I corrected automatically. He said you're going through some kind of crisis, that you've been sending him threatening messages, and he's worried you might do something drastic. I set down my coffee cup harder than necessary. Dad, that's not true. I haven't contacted him at all. Then why would he say that? It was a fair question and I realized I needed to show rather than tell. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to our message thread, showing him the complete absence of outgoing messages from me. Look at the dates, I said. The last message I sent was over a week ago, before everything happened. My father studied my phone, his expression gradually changing from concern to confusion. But he was so specific. He said you'd been calling him names, making accusations. Dad, I need to show you something. I pulled up the screenshots I'd saved from the group chat, from his social media posts, from all his attempts to contact me. I walked my father through the entire timeline. The party, the public humiliation, the aftermath. As I talked, I watched my father's face transform from worry to understanding to anger. By the time I finished, his jaw was clenched in that way that meant he was furious but trying to stay calm. That son of a bitch, he said quietly. Excuse my language, but that's exactly what he is. He's been telling everyone I'm having a breakdown, that I'm the problem. He's been manipulating my own family to pressure me into getting back together with him. My father was quiet for a long moment, processing everything. I'm calling your mother right now. She needs to hear the truth. He already talked to her and my aunt and probably everyone else. Then we'll talk to them too. All of them. Nobody manipulates my daughter and gets away with it. That night turned into a family conference call that I'd never wanted but desperately needed. My parents, my sister, my aunt, and my cousin all got on the line while I explained what had really happened. I shared the screenshots, the timeline, the evidence of his coordinated campaign to discredit me. The silence when I finished was deafening. "I can't believe we fell for it," my mother said, her voice small with shame. "He was so convincing." "That's what manipulators do," my sister said. "They're good at making lies sound believable." "What I want to know," my father said, his voice tight with anger, "is what kind of person puts this much effort into destroying someone's reputation just because they got dumped?" "The kind who can't handle being told no," I replied. The next day, my father did something I'd never seen him do before. He called my ex-boyfriend directly. "I understand you've been spreading lies about my daughter," he said when my ex answered. I was sitting right there listening on speaker. "Sir, I think there's been some misunderstanding. I'm just worried about her mental state." "Cut the crap," my father interrupted. "I've seen the evidence. I know what you did at that party, and I know you've been lying to our family about my daughter's behavior." There was silence on the other end. "If you contact anyone in our family again," my father continued, "if you show up at her workplace again, if you continue this harassment campaign, I will file a police report for stalking. Are we clear?" "I'm not stalking anyone. I'm just trying to." "Are we clear?" "Yes, sir." "Good. And son, if I were you, I'd start thinking about how to repair the damage you've done to my daughter's reputation, because I'm not going to let this slide." After my father hung up, I felt something I hadn't experienced in weeks. Relief. For the first time since this whole nightmare began, someone with authority had taken my side completely and unequivocally. But my relief was short-lived. That evening, I got a call from his mother. "I just spoke with my son about his conversation with your father," she said, her voice much colder than it had been before. "He told me what really happened at that party. Oh, he admits he made a mistake, but he says you completely overreacted. He says your father threatened him and that your whole family is ganging up on him for one small error in judgment. Even with all the evidence, even after being caught in multiple lies, he was still playing the victim and his mother was still believing him. Ma'am, your son has been lying to you and to my family for weeks." "My son doesn't lie to me," she said firmly. "Maybe you should look at your own behavior before you start pointing fingers at others." The call ended with her hanging up on me, but I wasn't surprised. I was starting to understand that some people would believe his version no matter what evidence they were shown. What mattered was that my family finally knew the truth. After my father's phone call, I expected him to back off, to finally leave me alone. Instead, the harassment escalated in ways that made me realize how dangerous his desperation had become. It started with the drive-bys. I'd look out my apartment window and see his car parked across the street at odd hours. Sometimes early morning before work, sometimes late at night when I was getting ready for bed. When I'd look again an hour later, he'd be gone. But the message was clear. He was watching me. Then he started showing up at places I frequented. The coffee shop where I got my morning latte suddenly became his new hangout spot. The grocery store where I did my weekly shopping somehow became part of his routine. The gym where I worked out after work was now where he coincidentally decided to get back in shape. Each encounter followed the same script. He'd act surprised to see me, make casual conversation like we were old friends who'd simply drifted apart, and then work in some comment about how he'd been reflecting on our relationship and realized he wanted to make things right. "I've been going to therapy," he told me at the grocery store, blocking my path with his cart, "working on my communication issues. I think you'd be proud of the progress I'm making." "That's great," I said, trying to maneuver around him. "I hope that helps you in your future relationships. Don't you want to know what I'm learning about myself?" "Not really. The therapist says that couples who work through major conflicts often come out stronger than before. She thinks what we went through could actually be good for us if we handle it right." I doubted he was actually in therapy, but even if he was, I wasn't interested in being his practice partner for healthier behavior. "I need to finish shopping," I said firmly. "Of course, but hey, maybe we could grab coffee sometime just as friends. I'd love to show you how much I've changed." The casual way he said "just as friends," like our entire history could be reset with a simple label change, showed me he still didn't understand the fundamental problem. But the worst incident happened when he showed up at my parents' house on a Sunday afternoon. I was there for our weekly family dinner when the doorbell rang. My father answered the door and I could hear the tension in his voice immediately. "What are you doing here?" "I just wanted to apologize to your family for any confusion I may have caused," came the reply. "I brought flowers for your wife and wanted to clear the air." My mother appeared in the kitchen doorway looking uncertain. My father's voice carried clearly through the house. "You need to leave now. Sir, I understand you're protective of your daughter, but I think if we could just sit down and talk man to man, you'd see that I really do love her." I said leave. "I'm not trying to cause trouble. I just want the chance to explain my side of things. I know she's told you her version, but there are always two sides to every story." That phrase, her version, like the truth was subjective. Like my account of what happened was just one possible interpretation of events. I heard my father's footsteps moving toward the door and his voice got harder. "Get off my property, please. Just 5 minutes. I know I made mistakes, but doesn't 8 months together count for something?" "You made mistakes?" My father's voice was incredulous. "You humiliated my daughter in public, lied to her family, and have been stalking her for weeks. Those aren't mistakes. That's a pattern of abusive behavior." Abusive? The word came out high and indignant. I never laid a hand on her. I never called her names. I never even raised my voice. How is that abusive? "Because abuse isn't just physical," my father said. "It's manipulation. It's lies. It's making someone question their own sanity. It's showing up at their workplace and their family's home when you've been told to stay away." There was a long silence. Then, "I think you've been poisoned against me by your daughter's version of events, but I forgive you for that. When she comes to her senses and realizes what she threw away, I'll be waiting." I heard the door slam and my father's heavy footsteps coming back toward the kitchen. "That boy is not right in the head," he said when he found me standing in the doorway. "I know, the way he talks about you like you're an object he owns, like your feelings don't matter. It's not normal." That night, my father helped me document everything. We made a timeline of all his attempts to contact me, all the places he'd shown up, all the lies he'd told my family. We took photos of the texts, the social media posts, the evidence of his harassment campaign. "If this continues," my father said, "we're filing a restraining order." I nodded, but part of me wondered if a piece of paper would really stop someone who seemed to believe that persistence would eventually wear down my resistance. As if reading my thoughts, my father added, "And if a restraining order doesn't work, we'll figure out what will." The protective anger in his voice should have made me feel safer. Instead, it made me realize just how serious the situation had become. The breaking point came 3 weeks later when he showed up at my office again, this time with an elaborate bouquet and what looked like a handwritten letter. Security called me down to the lobby where he was pacing nervously in his best suit. "I know what you're thinking," he said before I could speak, "but I'm not here to cause problems. I'm here to do this right." He got down on one knee in the middle of the lobby, pulling out a ring box while several of my coworkers stopped to stare. "I love you," he said loud enough for everyone to hear. "I know I've made mistakes, but I want to spend the rest of my life making it up to you. Will you marry me?" The absolute audacity of it. Proposing after weeks of harassment in front of my colleagues as if public pressure would force me to say yes, was so outrageous I almost laughed. "Get up," I said quietly. "Not until you answer me." The answer is no. It was no 8 months ago when we were happy. It's no now, and it will be no forever. Get up and leave. His face went through several expressions. Confusion, embarrassment, anger, and finally a cold determination that made my skin crawl. "Fine," he said, standing up and putting the ring away. "But you're making the biggest mistake of your life." That night, I made a decision. The restraining order paperwork was ready to file, but I realized I needed something more powerful than a legal document. I needed him to reveal his true nature in a way that couldn't be explained away or minimized. I spent the next week studying his patterns, his psychology, his weaknesses. After 8 months together, I knew exactly what buttons to push. He was narcissistic enough that he couldn't resist explaining himself when he thought he had the upper hand. He was arrogant enough to confess to things when he believed there would be no consequences. Most importantly, he was still operating under the assumption that I was weak, that I would eventually break down and take him back if he just kept applying pressure. I was about to show him how wrong he was about me. I crafted the text message carefully. I've been thinking about everything that's happened. Maybe we should really talk about what went wrong. Are you free Saturday afternoon? We could meet at the park where we had our first date. I sent it on a Thursday evening, knowing he'd be at the bar with his friends, probably complaining about me to anyone who would listen. The response came back within minutes. Yes, thank you for finally being reasonable. I knew you'd come around eventually. I love you so much. The eagerness in his response, the immediate assumption that I was coming around rather than that he needed to make amends, told me everything I needed to know about his mindset. I spent Friday preparing. I borrowed a small recording device from my cousin who worked in journalism. Tested it multiple times to make sure the audio quality was clear. I researched the legal requirements for recording conversations in our state. One-party consent, which meant as long as I was part of the conversation, I could record it without his knowledge. I practiced staying calm, keeping my voice level, asking the right questions to get him to reveal the full scope of what he'd done. I knew his ego wouldn't let him resist bragging once he thought he'd won me back. Saturday morning, I woke up with a strange sense of calm. For weeks, I'd felt powerless, reactive, constantly on the defensive against his lies and manipulation. Today, I was taking control of the narrative. I dressed carefully, nice enough that he'd think I was making an effort, casual enough that he wouldn't suspect anything unusual. I tucked the recording device into my purse, tested it one more time, and headed to the park. He was already there when I arrived, sitting on the same bench where he'd first told me he loved me 6 months earlier. He'd dressed up, too, and had brought another bouquet of flowers. The sight of him trying to recreate our early romantic moments while ignoring everything he'd put me through since then was almost surreal. "You look beautiful," he said, standing up as I approached. "Thank you." He handed me the flowers with a nervous smile. "I wasn't sure you'd actually show up." I said I would. "I know, but after everything." He trailed off, clearly unsure how to reference his own behavior without admitting fault. I sat down on the bench, deliberately choosing the spot farthest from him. "So, you wanted to talk?" "I did. I do." He sat down, leaving space between us, but close enough that his knee was almost touching mine. "I want to start by saying, I'm sorry." It wasn't the first apology I'd heard from him, but I needed more than surface-level remorse. Sorry for what, specifically? The recording device in my purse was capturing every word. He shifted uncomfortably at my direct question, clearly expecting a more emotional reunion and less of an interrogation. "I'm sorry for hurting your feelings at the party," he said carefully. "I didn't think about how it would look to you." How it would look. I kept my voice neutral, curious rather than accusatory. "What do you mean?" "Well, you know how you get when you see me talking to other women. I should have been more sensitive to your tendencies." Even in his apology, he was blaming my tendencies rather than his actions. But I needed him to be more specific. "Can you walk me through what actually happened that night? I want to understand your perspective." His face lit up, clearly interpreting my request as a sign that I was ready to see things his way. "Okay, so, you remember how you were being kind of clingy that night, following me around, getting upset every time I talked to someone? My friends were starting to notice. And honestly, it was embarrassing." "Embarrassing how?" "They kept making jokes about how whipped I was, how I couldn't even have a conversation without checking with you first. And then when she showed up, your ex-girlfriend, right? And she was being friendly, just normal catching up stuff. But you immediately got all paranoid and possessive." I nodded as if I understood. "So then what happened?" "Well, my friends were watching and they started talking about how I'd let you completely control me. They said I needed to show you and them that I was still my own person." "Show me how?" He was getting more animated now, confident that I was finally listening to reason. "The kiss was honestly just to prove a point. to show everyone that I wasn't going to be controlled by a jealous girlfriend. So, it was planned? Not planned exactly, but my friends and I had been talking about it, about how you needed to learn that you couldn't dictate who I could and couldn't talk to. My heart was pounding, but I kept my expression neutral. He was confessing to deliberately humiliating me as a lesson. What did your friends say about it afterward? His grin was genuinely proud. They were impressed, actually. They said it was about time I put you in your place. And honestly, I thought it would help our relationship in the long run. I thought you'd realize you were being too controlling and we could start fresh. Did they record it? Oh yeah, they got the whole thing. Actually, he pulled out his phone. I still have the video if you want to see it. I watched in horrified fascination as he scrolled through his photos, completely oblivious to how damaging his words were. Here it is, he said, turning his phone toward me. The video was worse than I remembered. It showed me standing frozen in the background while he made out with his ex. His friends were laughing and making crude comments about teaching me a lesson. But there was more footage I hadn't seen. Clips of me walking away, looking devastated while they made jokes about my reaction. Jesus, I breathed. And it wasn't an act. I know it looks bad, he said quickly, misreading my reaction. But you have to understand the context. You'd been so possessive, so paranoid about me cheating. We were just trying to show you that your jealousy was pushing me toward exactly what you were afraid of. So, this was my fault? Not fault exactly, but your behavior was creating the problem. If you'd been more trusting, more secure, none of this would have happened. I stared at him, marveling at his ability to twist reality. And afterward, when I wouldn't talk to you, that's when I realized how much damage your insecurity had done to our relationship. I tried everything to get through to you, but you'd built up these walls. Is that why you called my family? I was worried about you. You were acting so irrationally, cutting off all communication. I thought maybe they could help you see that you were throwing away something good over a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The way you interpreted what happened. I mean, yes, I kissed her, but it didn't mean anything. It was just to prove a point. And the lies you told my family? He looked confused. What lies? About me having a breakdown, sending you threatening messages, having mental health issues. I never said, okay, maybe I exaggerated some things, but I was genuinely concerned about your state of mind. The way you were acting wasn't normal. What about the fake messages you showed your mother? For the first time, he looked genuinely caught. Those weren't fake exactly. They were more like examples of the kind of things you might say if you were actually communicating. You fabricated text messages and showed them to your mother as evidence that I was harassing you? I was trying to help her understand why you were being so unreasonable. The recording device was capturing every word of his confession, every admission of manipulation and deceit. But I needed one more piece. And showing up at my work at my parents' house, following me around town, I was trying to fix things. I love you, and I wasn't going to give up just because you were being stubborn. Even after my father told him to stay away, your father doesn't understand our relationship. He only heard your side of the... So you decided to ignore what he said? I decided to fight for the woman I love, even if her family was trying to turn her against me. I sat back looking at this man who had systematically lied, manipulated, stalked, and gaslit me, and who still believed he was the hero of this story. I need to ask you something, I said quietly. Do you actually think you did nothing wrong? I think I made some mistakes in how I handled things, but my heart was in the right place. I love you, and everything I did was to try to save our relationship. Everything. Everything. I reached into my purse and turned off the recording device. I had everything I needed. I stood up from the bench and his expression immediately shifted from confident to confused. Where are you going? I thought we were working things out. We're not, I said simply. I just wanted to hear you admit what you really did. What do you mean? I pulled the recording device from my purse and held it up. I mean, I wanted you to confess to deliberately humiliating me, lying to my family, fabricating evidence, and stalking me. And you just did. His face went white. You recorded me? Every word. including your admission that the kiss was planned to put me in my place, that you lied to my family about my mental health, and that you created fake text messages to support your lies. You can't. That's illegal. Actually, it's not. One-party consent state. I can record any conversation I'm part of. He stood up, his voice getting frantic. You tricked me. I gave you the opportunity to tell the truth. You chose to double down on your lies and manipulation instead. What are you going to do with that? I'm going to make sure everyone who heard your lies gets to hear the truth. His panic was almost fascinating to watch. The confident manipulator was completely gone, replaced by someone who clearly understood that his carefully constructed narrative was about to crumble. Please, he said, reaching for my arm. Don't do this. It will ruin everything. I stepped back, avoiding his touch. You already ruined everything. I'm just making sure people know who actually did the ruining. I'll tell everyone you manipulated me into saying those things, that you seduced me here under false pretenses. Go ahead. The recording speaks for itself. That evening, I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop and began the process of undoing all the damage he'd done. I created a detailed email explaining the entire situation, attached key excerpts from the recording, and sent it to every family member he'd contacted with his lies. The response was immediate and overwhelming. My mother called within an hour, crying with anger and apologizing. My aunt sent a text saying she felt sick about believing him. My cousin offered to help me file charges, but the most satisfying response came from his mother. She called me directly, her voice shaking with what I could only describe as mortified rage. I owe you the biggest apology of my life, she said. I raised him better than this. I don't know what happened to the son I thought I knew, but what I heard on that recording, that's not the person I raised. Thank you for listening to it. I've already told him he's not welcome in my house until he gets serious help. Professional help. What he did to you, what he put your family through, it's unconscionable. 2 days later, I got a call from his best friend, one of the people who'd been at the party filming everything. I heard the recording, he said without preamble. I wanted you to know I'm disgusted with myself for being part of what happened. I deleted all the videos, everything, and I told the guys that if anyone ever mentions what happened at that party again, they'll answer to me. It wasn't enough to undo the damage, but it was something. The final confrontation came a week later when he showed up at my apartment one last time. But this time was different. His confidence was completely gone, replaced by desperate pleading. You've destroyed my life, he said through the door. My own mother won't talk to me. I lost 2 friendships. People at work are looking at me differently. Good, I said without opening the door. Please, can't we work something out? Some way to fix this. There's nothing to fix. This is just everyone finally seeing who you really are. I'll change. I'll get therapy. I'll do whatever you want. I don't want anything from you anymore. I want you to leave me alone. What if I can't do that? The threat in his voice was subtle but unmistakable. I pulled out my phone and started recording again. Are you threatening me? There was a long silence, then the sound of footsteps walking away. I never saw him again after that day, but I heard through mutual acquaintances about the aftermath. He did eventually go to therapy, though whether it was genuine desire for change or damage control, I'll never know. He moved to a different city 6 months later, supposedly for a job opportunity, but more likely to escape his reputation. His ex-girlfriend, the one he'd kissed at the party, reached out to apologize. She'd been drunk and hadn't realized she was being used as a prop in his cruel lesson. She was horrified when she learned the full story. As for me, I learned something valuable about the difference between love and manipulation, between normal relationship conflicts and psychological abuse. I learned that trust isn't something you give blindly. It's something that's earned and maintained through consistent, respectful behavior. Most importantly, I learned that I was stronger than I'd ever imagined. Strong enough to walk away from someone who claimed to love me but treated me like an enemy. Strong enough to fight back against lies and manipulation. Strong enough to demand the respect I deserved. My family still talks about that recording, about how proud they are that I stood up for myself. My father keeps threatening to play it at family gatherings as an example of how not to treat our daughter, which is embarrassing, but also kind of sweet. I'm dating someone new now, someone who understands that love means respect, that partners support each other instead of tearing each other down for sport, someone who would never dream of humiliating me to prove a point to his friends. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I just accepted his behavior, if I'd believed his gaslighting and stayed. But then I remember how it felt to finally expose the truth, to watch his house of lies collapse, to reclaim my own narrative. Some people might call what I did revenge. I prefer to think of it as justice. Sometimes the only way to stop a liar is to let them hang themselves with their own words. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My name is Sarah, and at 30 years old, I never imagined I would become the center of a family battle that would divide our lineage forever. When my dear grandfather Henry passed away last month after a long battle with Parkinson's, I discovered through a misdirected call from my cousin that I had been deliberately excluded from the meeting to discuss his final wishes. Despite the knot in my stomach, I decided to show up anyway. "We've already organized everything," announced my Aunt Beth with a forced smile. "You weren't called for a reason." That's when the lawyer frowned and said, "But her name is the only one mentioned in the documents." The silence that followed was deafening. If you've ever felt unjustly excluded by family, leave a comment about where you're watching from. Family conflicts happen everywhere, and I'm about to share how mine unfolded in ways no one expected. Growing up as the daughter of Michael, my grandfather Henry's youngest son, wasn't always easy. But my father made sure I had a happy childhood. He was the family rebel who chose to become a history teacher instead of entering the family construction business. My mother, Claire, was a librarian, and they raised me with values centered on knowledge and culture, not on accumulating material wealth. Every Monday after school, we would visit grandfather Henry at his imposing colonial house in the historic district of Charleston, a magnificent property that had belonged to our family for 4 generations. When I was 14 years old, everything changed drastically. My father died in a car accident on his way home from an educational conference, and my mother struggled to cope with the loss, both emotionally and financially. Grandpa Henry intervened without hesitation, she told me later. "Sarah will live with me during the week," he announced to the family, not accepting any contrary arguments. For the next 6 years, I divided my time between my mother's small apartment and Grandpa's house. While my mother worked overtime at the municipal library to support us, Grandpa became my second father. "You're just like me, Sarah," he used to say as we walked through his garden full of old rose bushes. "You see value in people and memories, not just in what glitters." His words shaped my personality more than he ever knew. Grandpa Henry wasn't your typical wealthy patriarch. He wore simple clothes, regularly donated to the local library, and quietly supported the city's cultural projects. The colonial house was his only concession to luxury, a home filled with stories and old books rather than ostentation. My Uncle Rick and Aunt Beth never understood his choices. They lived in gated communities on the outskirts of the city, drove imported cars, and constantly pressured Grandpa to modernize his lifestyle. When I decided to follow in my mother's footsteps and become a librarian, specializing in historical document preservation, my extended family was perplexed. Uncle Rick approached me during New Year's dinner when I was 23. "Sarah, you could work for the family business. Why waste your time on such a limited career?" He took a sip of his expensive whiskey while looking at me with disdain. "Your grandfather could make a call and get you an executive position tomorrow." I simply smiled and replied, "I want to build my own path." Uncle Rick and my cousins Daniel and Camila, both business administration graduates working in the family company, found my choice incomprehensible. They grew up expecting inheritance and connections to pave their future. Camila once asked me, completely serious, "But don't you want to have real money?" The concept that I could value something beyond financial success was foreign to them. When Grandpa reached his 82nd year, his health began to gradually decline. I started visiting him 3 times a week, bringing new books, helping with correspondence, and simply talking. We spent hours organizing his personal library, and he told me stories about our ancestors that no one else seemed interested in hearing. His cinnamon cookies were famous in the family, but I was the only one who knew the secret was a pinch of nutmeg. "You have ink on your fingers again," he would laugh, pointing to my hands stained with library stamps. Even with his body weakening, his mind remained sharp and his intellectual curiosity intact. During these visits, he told me about our family's history that no one else seemed to value, how our great-great-grandmother had been one of the first women to open a school in the region, and how the family fortune originally came from building the first local railroad. These were stories of struggle, perseverance, and occasional failures that humanized our family beyond the polished facade presented at family gatherings. "Remember, Sarah," he told me during a particularly peaceful afternoon, "wealth doesn't make a person worthy. How we treat others when we think there's nothing to gain, that's the true measure of character." Meanwhile, as Grandpa's health problems became more pronounced, the rest of the family visited only sporadically. Uncle Rick appeared monthly, spending more time examining the property's condition than connecting with his father. Aunt Beth brought expensive gifts that Grandpa couldn't use, then left after exactly 1 hour. My cousins rarely visited except when there was a holiday meal involved. In December, before Grandpa passed away, he gave me a small carved wooden box. "This was my father's," he said, placing it in my hands. Inside was a simple pocket watch. Nothing flashy or particularly valuable. "It's beautiful," I said, genuinely touched. "I want you to have it now," he insisted. "The others would only see an old watch, but you'll understand that its value comes from who carried it." I had no idea that this small gift would later be used against me. The last conversation I had with Grandpa, just a week before he passed away, still echoes in my mind. He was having a particularly good day, sitting in his favorite armchair by the window overlooking the garden. When I was about to leave, he held my hand with surprising strength. "Sarah, I've been watching all of you for years," he said, his blue eyes clear and direct. "I want you to know that I see everything, and soon I'll be settling accounts." I assumed he was talking about finding peace before his departure. I had no idea he was planning something that would change all our lives forever. The first major division in our family happened 2 years ago. When Grandpa was 85, Uncle Rick called a family meeting at Grandpa's house, ostensibly to discuss his medical care. When I arrived, I found not only the family, but also a real estate agent waiting in the living room. "We've been discussing selling the farm," announced Uncle Rick, referring to our family's rural property upstate. Grandpa had spent every summer there since childhood. It's abandoned most of the year, and the maintenance costs are absurd. I looked at Grandpa, whose expression was carefully neutral, but I knew him well enough to notice the tension around his eyes. "Did Grandpa agree to this?" I asked. Uncle Rick waved dismissively. "Dad understands it's the practical choice. At his age, he can't enjoy the place anymore anyway." "Actually," I said, "we talked last week about him wanting to spend a few weeks there this summer." The room fell silent. Aunt Beth cleared her throat. "Sarah, dear, maybe you misunderstood. Dad knows his limitations." Grandpa finally spoke. "I said that to Sarah. I have no intention of selling my farm." The realtor quietly left, and after he was gone, Uncle Rick turned against me. "You always do this," he exploded. "You think you know what's best because you spend more time here, but you don't understand the financial considerations." "What I understand," I replied calmly, "is that Grandpa should make his own decisions about his property." That night, after everyone left, Uncle Rick cornered me in the kitchen. "Listen carefully," he said, his voice low and threatening. "You may think you're special to him, but you're overstepping. Don't forget who built this family's wealth, and it certainly wasn't your father." The comment about my father hurt, but I held my ground. "This isn't about money, Uncle Rick. It's about respecting Grandpa's wishes." From that day on, Uncle Rick began what I can only describe as a campaign against me. It started subtly with comments to other family members about how I was manipulating Grandpa, suggestions that I was positioning myself for special treatment in the inheritance. At Christmas that year, it became clear that many in the extended family had turned against me. During the holiday dinner, Aunt Beth accidentally excluded me from the family photo. Cousin Camila made pointed comments about opportunists while looking directly at me. Even my aunt on my mother's side, who had always been kind to me, was visibly distant. After dinner, I overheard Uncle Rick talking to my cousin Daniel. "We need to protect Grandpa from Sarah's influence. She has him wrapped around her finger, and who knows what she's convincing him to do with the estate." I tried to address these suspicions directly. I sent emails to my uncles explaining that I had no interest in Grandpa's money, that I only wanted his final years to be comfortable and according to his wishes. The responses were lukewarm at best. Aunt Beth replied with a dry, "We all want what's best for Dad," while others didn't respond at all. The following Easter, the family held a gathering at Uncle Rick's house. I wasn't invited, but I found out through social media when Camila posted photos. In one image, Grandpa was sitting in the corner looking frail and confused. I called him that night. "Did you enjoy the Easter gathering?" I asked carefully. "It was fine," he said, then lowered his voice. "But they didn't serve the fish the way I like it, and Rick's house is always too cold." "I wish I had been there," I said. There was a pause. "You weren't invited." The genuine surprise in his voice confirmed my suspicions. He hadn't been informed about my exclusion. As Grandpa's health declined more rapidly, the family began actively limiting my access to him. Aunt Beth instituted a visiting schedule that allocated me only 2 hours on Sunday afternoons, claiming it was to avoid tiring Grandpa. When I arrived for these visits, I frequently found a cousin or aunt deciding to show up at the same time, making private conversations impossible. In response, I found creative ways to maintain our connection. I brought lunch to share with Grandpa on my days off from the library. The home nurse, Mrs. Carmen, who genuinely cared about Grandpa, sometimes called me directly when she thought he needed company or was having a particularly good day. Last Christmas, before he died, I wasn't invited to the family gathering. I received a message from Aunt Beth. "We're keeping the festivities small this year. Dad needs to rest." Later, I discovered through Mrs. Carmen that small meant everyone except me. So, on Christmas Eve, I left a package with Mrs. Carmen, Grandpa's favorite cinnamon cookies that we used to make together, a blue wool shawl in his favorite color, and a photo album I created with images of the farm over the decades. When Grandpa passed away in March, I didn't receive the news directly from the family. Mrs. Carmen called me in tears from his house. When I arrived, Uncle Rick and Aunt Beth were already there talking to the funeral director about arrangements. "Oh, Sarah," said Aunt Beth with artificial sweetness when she saw me. "We were going to call you, of course." The funeral was a parade of family politics. I was seated in the third row behind extended family members who had seen Grandpa maybe twice in the last decade. I wasn't asked to speak, despite having spent more time with him than anyone in recent years. Uncle Rick gave a speech that focused largely on Grandpa's business acumen and the legacy he had left for the family through the construction company. Throughout all this, I kept thinking about what Grandpa had said about settling accounts. I had no idea how prophetic those words would prove to be. 2 weeks after the funeral, I was preparing dinner in my small apartment when my phone buzzed with a message. It was from my cousin Camila, clearly sent to a group by mistake. "Meeting tomorrow at Dr. Foster's office. 2 p.m. Mom said not to tell Sarah." I stared at the message, my stomach dropping. A second later, another message arrived. "Sorry, wrong group. Please ignore." I sat at the kitchen table, a cold feeling spreading through me. So this was how it would be. They weren't even going to tell me about the will reading. Whatever inheritance Grandpa might have left me, apparently they planned to keep me completely in the dark about it. All night I debated what to do. Part of me wanted to respect their wishes and rise above the pettiness. I had never cared about Grandpa's money, and our relationship had been about love, not inheritance. But another part of me, a stronger part, felt that Grandpa would want me to be there. If nothing else, I deserved to hear his final wishes. In the morning, I had made my decision. I called to request the day off work, something I rarely did. I carefully selected my outfit. A simple navy blue dress that Grandpa always complimented, professional, but not flashy. I wanted to look respectful, not like someone desperate for money. As I drove to the law office in downtown Charleston, my hands trembled on the steering wheel. I rehearsed what I might say, how I would handle the inevitable confrontation. In the parking lot, I sat for several minutes, gathering courage. "Stand up for yourself, Sarah." I could almost hear Grandpa saying, "You belong anywhere I wanted you." The Foster and Associates office occupied the second floor of a restored colonial building. When the elevator doors opened, I saw them immediately. Uncle Rick and Aunt Beth, my cousins Daniel and Camila, even distant cousin Luke, who had barely spoken to Grandpa in the last decade. They were clustered in the waiting area, talking in low voices. Aunt Beth saw me first. Her face froze mid-sentence, then quickly reorganized into a mask of disapproval. "Sarah," she said loudly, making all the others turn. "What are you doing here?" I raised my chin slightly. "I'm here for Grandpa's will reading." Uncle Rick stepped forward, physically placing himself between me and the group. "You weren't invited. This is for family." "I am family," I said simply. "You know what he means," Camila interrupted. "Family that respected Grandpa's wishes instead of trying to influence him." Before I could respond, a door opened and a middle-aged man with graying hair and glasses appeared. "Are you all here for the Henry estate?" he asked, then noticed the tension. "Is there a problem?" Aunt Beth stepped forward with her most charming smile. "Dr. Foster, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. Sarah shouldn't be included in today's reading." Dr. Foster looked confused. "Miss Sarah, Henry's granddaughter?" "Yes, that's me," I confirmed. He consulted his clipboard. "Then you should definitely be here. Please, everyone, come in." The conference room was elegant, but not ostentatious, with a long mahogany table and comfortable leather chairs. I sat near the door, feeling all eyes on me. The whispers were barely concealed. "She must have found out somehow. Rick is going to be furious." Dr. Foster cleared his throat, bringing the room to order. "Before we begin, I should mention that I was Henry's friend as well as his lawyer for more than 25 years. He was very specific about his wishes, and I intend to honor them exactly." He began to reach for a folder, but Aunt Beth interrupted him. "Dr. Foster, I feel I should explain the situation with Sarah. She wasn't invited today because we've already discussed the distribution of most items. We didn't want to waste your time." I felt my face burning as everyone turned to look at me again. "We've already organized everything," my aunt announced with finality. "You weren't called for a reason." Dr. Foster frowned, looking genuinely perplexed. "I'm afraid there's been a serious misunderstanding, Mrs. Beth. Nothing should have been distributed yet." He looked directly at me. "And as for Miss Sarah not being invited," he opened the folder in front of him and adjusted his glasses. "That would be highly irregular considering the contents of the will." "What do you mean?" Uncle Rick demanded. Dr. Foster looked up, his expression professionally neutral but with something like satisfaction in his eyes. "I mean that her name is the only one mentioned in the will." The room fell into deadly silence. I felt as if all the air had been sucked out, leaving us in a vacuum where no one dared breathe. "That's impossible," Uncle Rick finally stammered. "There must be some mistake." "I assure you there isn't," Dr. Foster replied, his tone making it clear he wasn't a man who made mistakes. "Perhaps it would be best if I simply read the will as Henry intended." Dr. Foster put on his reading glasses and began in a clear, firm voice. "I, Henry, being of sound mind and body, declare this to be my last will and testament, revoking all previous wills and codicils." The formal legal language continued for a moment before he reached the critical section. "After careful consideration and observation of my family over recent years, I have come to a decision about the estate. I therefore leave all my properties, both real and personal, including but not limited to my main residence at 47 Flower Street, my rural property in Pine Valley, all financial accounts, investments, personal belongings, and family heirlooms to my granddaughter, Sarah." There was a collective gasp. Camila dropped her water glass, sending it shattering across the wooden floor. No one moved to clean it up. "This can't be legal," said Uncle Rick, his face assuming an alarming shade of red. Dr. Foster continued as if he hadn't been interrupted. I've included a personal letter explaining my decisions, which Dr. Foster will provide to Sarah privately. However, I wish to make it clear that this decision was made with full awareness and careful consideration. He looked up from the document. There's more, but perhaps we should address immediate concerns first. Aunt Beth was crying now, mascara running down her cheeks. After everything we did for him, the medical appointments, the family dinners, maintaining his social position when he insisted on associating with those library people. Daniel leaned forward. We're going to contest this. He clearly wasn't of sound mind. Dr. Foster shook his head slightly. I would advise against that course of action. Henry anticipated this reaction and took extensive measures to document his mental competency. He underwent comprehensive cognitive evaluation by 3 separate neurologists in the months before he passed away. All certified that he was fully competent to make these decisions. As reality sank in, I remembered Grandpa's words, I've been watching all of you for years. He wasn't making small talk. He was testing us, observing how we behaved when we thought there was nothing to gain. Dr. Foster reached into his briefcase and removed a sealed envelope. Sarah, your grandfather asked me to give you this letter privately, but given the circumstances, you may want to share certain parts with the family. With trembling hands, I opened the envelope and began reading silently. My dear Sarah, if you're reading this, then I've moved on to whatever comes next, and you've just discovered that you're my sole heir. I imagine the family isn't taking it well. For years, I watched how each of you behaved around me. Rick visited me only when he wanted to discuss rationalizing my assets. Beth came with expensive gifts, but never stayed long enough for a real conversation. The grandchildren, except for you, called only on birthdays and holidays. But you, Sarah, you came because you wanted to be with me. You listened to my stories, organized my library, and treated me like a person, not like a bank account waiting to be accessed. I've been conducting a test these past years. I deliberately mentioned valuable items near different family members to see how they would react. I observed who asked about my health and who asked about my portfolio. I noticed who helped because they cared and who helped because they thought they should. You were the only one who never failed the test. With love and complete confidence in you, Grandpa Henry. I looked up from the letter, tears streaming down my face, to find the room in chaos. Uncle Rick was on the phone, presumably calling his lawyer. Aunt Beth was berating Dr. Foster about undue influence. Camila was crying dramatically while Daniel stared at the wall in shock. There's something else everyone should know, Dr. Foster said loudly, cutting through the noise. Henry documented everything. He kept meticulous records of visits, conversations, and behaviors. He installed a security system in his house 2 years ago that tracked who came and went. He saved text messages and emails. He even recorded some conversations, which is legal in South Carolina as long as one party consents. He opened another folder. Additionally, Henry was aware that items had already been removed from his house without his permission. He kept a complete inventory with photographs of all his belongings. This is ridiculous, Aunt Beth scoffed, but her voice lacked conviction. Is it? Dr. Foster raised an eyebrow. Then perhaps you can explain why the Tiffany lamp from the study is currently in your living room? Or why Henry's diamond bracelet was worn by Camila at a charity event last month? Or why paintings from the farm were photographed in Rick's office? The color drained from their faces. The will includes a condition, Dr. Foster continued. Any items removed from Henry's properties must be returned within 30 days. Failure to do so will result in legal action. Uncle Rick finally exploded. This is your fault, he screamed at me, pointing a trembling finger. You manipulated a confused old man. You turned him against his own family. I thought about all those Sunday afternoons I spent with Grandpa talking about books and birds and family history. I thought about the times I took him to medical appointments when no one else could take time off work. I thought about the simple joy on his face when I brought his favorite ice cream just because it was Tuesday. No, Uncle Rick, I said calmly. Grandpa knew exactly what he was doing. He always knew. The following weeks were a nightmare. I left Dr. Foster's office that day with Grandpa's letter pressed against my chest and my family's threats echoing in my ears. Uncle Rick's last words to me were, "This isn't over." Not by a long shot. He wasn't lying. The next morning, my phone started ringing before dawn. First Aunt Beth, then Cousin Camila, then relatives I barely knew. All demanding explanations, making accusations, or trying to negotiate for items they thought they deserved. I stopped answering unknown numbers, but the voicemails piled up. "Sarah, this is your Aunt Beth. I hope you'll do the right thing here. Your grandfather wasn't thinking clearly. We all know that. Call me immediately. Hi, it's Daniel. Look, I know we weren't close, but that silver set was promised to me years ago. I can send you the email where Grandpa mentioned it. Sarah, this is Uncle Rick. My lawyer will be contacting you. What you've done is despicable and won't hold up in court." By the end of the week, the harassment had moved online. Camila posted a veiled attack on social media. Amazing how some people can pretend to care about family just to get what they want. True colors always show. Eventually, distant relatives I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly messaged me, either condemning me or trying to establish friendly connections now that I had inherited wealth. I changed my phone number and locked down my social media accounts, but the stress was taking its physical toll. I wasn't sleeping, had constant headaches, and my supervisor at the library noticed I was making small mistakes I would never have made before. "Sarah, is everything okay?" she asked after I forgot to catalog a rare book donation. "This isn't like you." I broke down and told her everything. She immediately insisted I take a week of personal leave. "Our patrons need you at your best," she said gently. "Take time to get your legal affairs in order." During that week, I finally visited Grandpa's house. My house now, according to the will. I used the key I'd had for years and entered the quiet, empty rooms that still smelled faintly of the lavender cologne he wore. But something was wrong. The house felt hollow, with conspicuously empty spaces on walls and shelves. Moving from room to room, I began to realize the extent of what had happened. The antique clock that had always been in the hallway? Gone. The crystal figurine collection that Grandpa treasured? Missing several pieces. His desk in the bedroom? Almost empty of all personal items. They had already taken so much. Not just valuable items, but things of purely sentimental value. The hand-knitted blanket that Grandpa's mother had made. The souvenir spoon collection from his travels with Grandma. Even the worn recipe book where he had written notes in the margins. I sat on his bed, now stripped of the handmade quilt that should have been there, and cried until I had no more tears. It wasn't about the monetary value. It was the erasure of his presence, the theft of memories I had hoped to keep close. At the back of his closet, I found a small safe I didn't know existed. After trying several combinations that might be meaningful to him, I finally used his birth date and it opened. Inside was a leather-bound journal, several flash drives, and a note in his handwriting. "For Sarah, use if necessary." The journal detailed everything. Every visit, every conversation, every item borrowed that was never returned. He had been documenting the family's behavior for years, creating a record that would be impossible to contest. The flash drives contained backup copies of emails, photographs of his belongings, and even audio recordings. One entry from 6 months before his death stood out. "Rick visited today, spent 10 minutes asking about my health, then an hour trying to convince me to simplify my estate by selling the rural property. When I refused, he became quite irritated and said I was being irrational about a depreciating asset. What he doesn't know is I had the property appraised last month. It's worth almost double what Helen and I paid for it. Rick never understood the difference between price and value." Another entry was even more revealing. "Beth brought Camila for a casual visit today. While Beth kept me occupied in the living room, Camila disappeared upstairs for almost 20 minutes. After they left, I checked my jewelry box. As I suspected, my tennis bracelet is now missing. Updated the inventory and took photos of the empty space. I wonder if they realize there are cameras in the upstairs hallway now." Armed with this evidence, I contacted Dr. Foster again. "I need to fight back," I told him. "They've already taken so much. Henry suspected this might happen, he said gravely. He was very thorough in his preparation. I'll connect you with a lawyer who specializes in contested wills and estate theft. The lawyer, Ms. Patricia Silva, was a formidable woman in her 50s with a reputation for being ruthless. She reviewed Grandpa's documentation and immediately began drafting cease and desist letters for everyone who had taken items from the house. This is one of the most well-documented cases I've ever seen, she told me. Your grandfather was extraordinarily methodical. The legal response only intensified the family's campaign against me. Uncle Rick, true to his word, filed a lawsuit contesting the will on grounds of undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. Aunt Beth began calling my colleagues at the library, insinuating that I had neglected elderly patrons to spend time manipulating my grandfather. The library director called me into her office. Sarah, I know these accusations are unfounded, but they're becoming disruptive. Several families have expressed concerns after receiving calls from your aunt. My professional reputation, which I had built through years of dedicated service, was being systematically attacked. The stress became so severe that I developed insomnia and began having panic attacks. My doctor prescribed anxiety medication and strongly recommended therapy. Your physical symptoms are a direct result of this ongoing stress, she explained. This level of family conflict creates genuine trauma. When I thought things couldn't get worse, I received an email from a local reporter asking for comments about the estate dispute that had divided one of Charleston's oldest families. Somehow, the story had leaked to the press. That night, alone in my apartment with the curtains drawn, I hit my lowest point. I seriously considered giving up, signing away the inheritance just to make the nightmare end. I picked up Grandpa's letter again, seeking comfort in his words, when my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. Sarah, this is Mrs. Carmen, your grandfather's nurse. I still have some things he wanted you to have. Personal items I kept safe. Can we meet? The next day, Mrs. Carmen handed me a small box. He made me promise to keep these separate from everything else in the house. Said you would know what to do with them when the time came. Inside the box were more memory cards and a small digital recorder. When I plugged the first card into my laptop, I found dozens of video files. Grandpa sitting in his favorite chair, speaking directly to the camera. In the first video, dated almost a year before his death, he looked directly at the lens with clear, sharp eyes. My name is Henry. Today is September 15th, and I'm recording this of my own free will with full mental capacity, as Dr. Foster can attest. The camera panned to show Dr. Foster sitting nearby, who waved and stated his name and the date. I want to explain my decisions about my will, Grandpa continued. For years, I've watched my family's behavior. I've tested their character and their motivations, and I've made my decisions accordingly. He went on to detail specific incidents, dates, and observations that led to his decision to leave everything to me. His voice was strong, his reasoning clear and specific. There would be no way for anyone to claim he was confused or manipulated. As I watched video after video, I felt Grandpa's presence envelop me. He hadn't just left me his belongings. He had left me the means to defend his wishes. He knew exactly what would happen and had prepared meticulously for it. In the final video, recorded just weeks before his death, he looked more frail, but his eyes still sparkled with determination. Sarah, if you're watching this, then things have gotten difficult, as I expected they might. Remember what I always told you about standing up for yourself. Sometimes kindness means having the courage to set boundaries. I didn't raise you to be a doormat, my dear. I raised you to be just like me, and I never let anyone take advantage of me. For the first time since the will reading, I felt a spark of my old strength returning. Grandpa had trusted me not just with his belongings, but with his legacy. Couldn't let him down. The next morning I called Ms. Silva. I have something you need to see, I said, and brought all the videos and recordings. After reviewing them, she leaned back in her chair with the first genuine smile I'd seen from her. This changes everything. Your grandfather didn't just build a case. He created a fortress. With this new evidence, we developed a comprehensive strategy. First, we filed a formal inventory of all missing items with the probate court, complete with photographs and documentation of their current locations. Then, we sent formal legal demands for the return of each item with clear deadlines. Simultaneously, Ms. Silva filed a motion to dismiss Uncle Rick's lawsuit contesting the will, attaching Grandpa's videos as evidence. No judge in South Carolina will rule against your grandfather after seeing these, she assured me. We also contacted the library's legal team, providing evidence that the accusations against me were part of a targeted harassment campaign. They immediately issued cease and desist letters to my relatives, threatening legal action if the defamatory calls continued. For additional support, I contacted several of the nurses and caregivers who had cared for Grandpa in his final months. They were happy to provide sworn statements about the frequency of my visits compared to the rest of the family. You were there at least 3 times a week, confirmed Nurse Santos. Sometimes your uncle would go a month without showing up, then spend the whole visit on his phone. Mrs. Carmen provided a detailed calendar she had kept of all visitors, showing that I had visited Grandpa 87 times in his final year, while Uncle Rick had visited 9 times and Aunt Beth 12 times. My cousins had visited only on holidays. We also obtained financial records showing that Uncle Rick had borrowed substantial sums from Grandpa over the years without repayment, and that Aunt Beth had charged numerous personal expenses to Grandpa's accounts under the pretense of care costs. Armed with this mountain of evidence, Ms. Silva suggested we call a family meeting at her office. Sometimes showing all your cards at once can avoid months of unnecessary litigation, she explained. On the day of the meeting, I arrived early, my stomach in knots despite our strong position. One by one they entered. Uncle Rick with his lawyer, a nervous-looking man who kept checking his watch, Aunt Beth, who refused to meet my eyes, and cousins Daniel and Camila, both trying to affect bored expressions that couldn't quite hide their anxiety. Thank you all for coming, Ms. Silva began once everyone was seated. We've called this meeting to resolve some pending issues regarding Henry's estate. Uncle Rick's lawyer immediately launched into a prepared statement about significant concerns regarding undue influence and questions about testamentary capacity. Ms. Silva let him finish before responding. Before we proceed, there are some materials I think everyone should review. She pressed a button on the remote and the large screen on the wall came to life with Grandpa's face. My name is Henry. His clear voice filled the room. Today is September 15th, and I'm recording this of my own free will. As the video played, I watched my family's faces. Uncle Rick grew paler and paler. Aunt Beth's hand flew to her mouth. Camila began crying silently. When it ended, Miss Silva simply said, "There are 16 more videos like this, each addressing specific incidents and decisions. Henry was perhaps the most thorough client I've encountered posthumously." She switched the screen to show a spreadsheet. This is the current inventory of items removed from Henry's properties without permission. Next to each item is its location, documentation of its removal, and its approximate value for insurance purposes. The total currently comes to just over $800,000. The room was in deadly silence. Miss Sarah is prepared to file criminal charges for theft if these items are not returned within 7 days. Miss Silva continued, her voice matter of fact. Additionally, we have documentation of financial exploitation that could interest the district attorney. She opened another folder. Furthermore, Henry was aware that family conversations were being recorded. He kept meticulous records of statements made about Sarah, including some that could constitute defamation. Uncle Rick's lawyer leaned over and whispered urgently in his ear. After a moment, Uncle Rick cleared his throat. Perhaps we've all been hasty. Emotions run high after a loss like this. I couldn't help but add, especially when there's money involved. The meeting ended with Uncle Rick's lawyer requesting time to review the evidence and advise his client. 2 days later, he called Ms. Silva to inform her they would be withdrawing their lawsuit contesting the will. Within a week, items began appearing on Grandpa's porch, delivered by moving companies rather than returned personally. The jewelry came back via mail, each piece carefully packaged. No notes, no apologies, but at least they were complying. I didn't expect to hear directly from any of them, so I was surprised when Aunt Beth called me directly. "Sarah," she said, her voice lacking its usual harshness. "We didn't realize how much these past years meant to Dad." "You never asked," I replied simply. There was a long pause. "We thought you were taking advantage of him. We didn't understand why he preferred your company so much. Because I saw him as a person, not as a bank statement." Another pause. "Some of us would like to talk, to explain, maybe even apologize." I considered her words. "I'm willing to listen, but I need time." After we hung up, I sat in Grandpa's living room, truly my living room now, surrounded by the returned items that carried his memory. The victories of recent weeks felt hollow in some ways. I had the house, the belongings, the legal validation, but I had lost what remained of my family in the process. The next day, I took action. I called each family member individually, offering them the opportunity to select one sentimental item from Grandpa's belongings. Not the most valuable things, but something meaningful to remember him by. Some refused, still too proud or angry. But Camila surprised me by asking for Grandpa's recipe book. "He taught me to make French toast once," she admitted. "It's one of my few good memories with him." Daniel asked for Grandpa's old toolbox from the farm. "He took me fishing a few times when I was really little before everything got so complicated." Uncle Rick predictably refused my offer, but Aunt Beth asked for one of Grandpa's watercolors, a simple landscape of the valley at sunset. "He painted it the summer before he married Mom," she told me. I always admired it. These small connections didn't heal the deep wounds that had been inflicted, but they were a beginning, an acknowledgement that Grandpa had been more than his wealth. He had been a person who touched all our lives in different ways. The court officially closed the case the following month, confirming me as sole heir and legal owner of all Grandpa's properties and belongings. The victory was complete, but complicated by the knowledge that relationships had been irreparably damaged. As I stood on Grandpa's porch, my porch, watching the sunset, I thought about how he would feel about everything that had happened. The ugliness, the accusations, the greed, but also the final honoring of his wishes. "We did right, Grandpa," I whispered to the evening air. "We saw everyone clearly, even when we couldn't see ourselves." 6 months after the will reading that changed everything, I sat in Grandpa Henry's garden, now my garden, watching bees lazily buzzing around the lavender bushes he had planted years ago. The property had transformed in subtle ways. I maintained the character and coziness he had cultivated, but added touches that reflected my own personality. New bookshelves in the library, a small meditation corner in the sunroom, wind chimes hanging from the porch ceiling. The house no longer felt haunted by conflict. It had become a sanctuary again, exactly as it had been during my childhood visits. I took a leave of absence from the library to focus on settling the estate and determining my path forward. The inheritance had given me options I never imagined having, but also responsibilities I was still learning to navigate. One rainy afternoon, while organizing Grandpa's desk, I found an envelope I had somehow missed during previous cleanings. It was addressed simply, "For Sarah, after everything is settled." Inside was a handwritten letter on Grandpa's distinctive letterhead. "My dear Sarah, if you're reading this, then the storm has passed. Knowing our family, it was probably a Category 5 hurricane. But I had complete faith in your strength and resilience. I need to explain something I couldn't put in my official documents. This inheritance was never about punishing the others, though I'm sure that's how they saw it. It was about recognizing the heart that beats so strongly in you, the same heart my father had, the same heart your father, Robert, inherited. Money changes people, Sarah. I've watched it happen throughout my life. Can bring selfishness, entitlement, and cruelty. But occasionally, very occasionally, it finds its way to someone who understands its true purpose, creating security that allows for generosity. I chose you not because you were perfect, or because you never disappointed me. I chose you because when you made mistakes, you owned them. When you disagreed with me, you did so respectfully. When you helped me, you did so without expectation of reward. The others will claim I was manipulated or confused, but the truth is simpler. I wanted my legacy in the hands of someone who would honor its spirit, not just preserve its value. Now, some advice from beyond. Don't let this wealth change who you are. Use it to become more authentically yourself. Take that trip to Europe we always talked about. Fund that literacy program you dreamed of creating. Keep the farm in the family. Someday you might have children who will love it as we loved it. And perhaps, when the wounds heal enough, find ways to include the family again. Not because they deserve it, but because connection matters. Set boundaries, certainly. I wasn't raised to be a doormat, and neither were you. But leave room for growth and reconciliation. I love you, my dear girl. I'm so proud of the woman you've become. Grandpa Henry. Tears streamed down my face as I read and reread his words. Even now, he was guiding me, offering wisdom and permission to forge my own path forward. In the weeks that followed, I began implementing his suggestions. I established the Henry Memorial Scholarship at the library science school I attended, specifically for students interested in historical preservation and community literacy. I began the paperwork to create a foundation focused on supporting elderly people without family support. People who, unlike Grandpa, had no one to advocate for them in their final years. I took that trip to Europe, visiting the small villages in Ireland where Grandpa's parents had immigrated from. Walking the same cobblestone streets they walked, I felt a connection to my history that transcended the recent family conflict. As for the family itself, healing came in small, unexpected moments. Cousin Camila was the first to reach out, asking to meet for coffee. She brought photos of her new daughter, whom she had named Elena, after our great-grandmother. I want her to know the real family stories, Camila explained awkwardly, not just the polished versions we tell at charity events. Would you be willing to share some of your memories with her someday? Daniel invited me to his wedding, though I suspect his fiancée insisted. Still, when I attended, he made a point of introducing me to everyone as my cousin who runs the Henry Foundation. It wasn't warm, but it was acknowledgement. Aunt Beth remained distant, but sent a Christmas card with a brief note. Your grandfather would be proud of what you're doing with the foundation. Coming from her, it was practically an olive branch. Uncle Rick never reached out. Some wounds are too deep, some pride too rigid to bend. I made peace with that reality while leaving the door open should he change his mind. The greatest healing came through an unexpected connection. During a foundation event, I met Lucas, Grandpa's cousin, who had moved to Atlanta decades ago. He had lost touch with the family, but had fond memories of Grandpa and my father. Robert was the best of us, he told me over dinner. He chose teaching over money, substance over status. Henry adored him for living authentically. Through Lucas, I discovered a branch of the family untainted by the inheritance battle. Second and third cousins who shared stories and photographs I had never seen, expanding my understanding of our family history beyond the narrow narrative I had grown up with. 1 year after Grandpa's passing, I hosted a memorial dinner at the house. I invited only those who genuinely cared about him. Mrs. Carmen and other caregivers, Dr. Foster, some neighbors who had been true friends, Lucas and his family, and yes, even Camila with little Elena. We shared stories, laughter, and some tears, creating the kind of gathering Grandpa would have loved. As everyone mingled in the garden afterward, Dr. Foster approached me with a glass of Grandpa's favorite cherry wine. You know, he said quietly, I've handled hundreds of estates over my career. I've seen families torn apart and relationships destroyed over much less than what was at stake here. I'm not sure our family fared much better, I admitted. He shook his head. You misunderstand me. The miracle isn't that some relationships survived. It's that you remained true to yourself throughout the process. Henry once told me that his greatest achievement wasn't his wealth or status, but raising a grandson who valued integrity enough to pass it on to his daughter. I looked around at the gathering. Not the family I expected to have, but a chosen family united by genuine love and respect for Grandpa Henry. In the fireplace inside the house, his photograph watched over all of us, his slight smile seeming to say he knew how it would all turn out. The inheritance had cost me relationships, but it had given me something far more valuable. The freedom to live by my own values, exactly as my father had done, exactly as Grandpa had taught me. I understood now that this had been his true legacy, not the house or the money, but the courage to stand firm in my truth. As the evening ended and guests departed, I stood on the porch watching fireflies emerge in the summer twilight. "We made it, Grandpa," I whispered. "We settled the accounts. Have you ever had to stand up to family pressure? I'd love to hear your stories in the comments below. And if this story resonated with you, please subscribe to hear more stories about family dynamics, unexpected inheritances, and finding strength in difficult situations. Remember that sometimes the most valuable inheritance isn't measured in dollars, but in the lessons and love we carry forward. Thank you for listening to my story today. May you always find the courage to honor your own truth, exactly as my Grandpa Henry taught me. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My name is Lucas. I'm 28, and until last month, I thought my family dynamic was just a little off. Now I realize it was a powder keg waiting to blow, and I might have been the match. It all started at one of our usual Friday dinners, the kind where my parents insist everyone be present. No excuses. My older brother, Ryan, was already sitting at the table when I walked in, grinning like he'd just won the lottery. And in a way, he had. Mom and Dad had surprised him that morning with a down payment for his first condo. "You've earned it, son," Dad said proudly, retelling the story for the third time that night, as though Ryan had personally built the place brick by brick instead of just showing up to sign the papers. I sat quietly, swirling my fork through the mashed potatoes, feeling that familiar knot in my stomach. I'm not jealous of Ryan. At least I try not to be. But I'd be lying if I said it didn't sting a little. I've worked since I was 17, paid for my own degree, and even helped Mom and Dad with their mortgage when things got rough a couple years ago. But that night, it felt like none of it mattered. Dinner was almost over when Dad put his fork down with a loud clink, like he was about to make a toast. Instead, he looked right at me and said the words that still ring in my ears. "You're not half the man your brother is." I don't know what snapped in me. Maybe it was the years of being compared. Or maybe it was just that I was tired of swallowing my anger. But I pushed my chair back and said, calm as ever, "Then he can start paying your rent." The room went dead silent. Ryan's grin faltered. Mom turned pale and blinked like she hadn't heard me right. "Rent?" she whispered. "What rent?" My heart was pounding, but I just sat there staring at them, letting the weight of what I just said settle over the table like a thick fog. No one said a word for what felt like an eternity, and I suddenly realized I just cracked open a secret I never intended to share. That was the night everything started to unravel. The silence after my comment was deafening. I could hear the clock ticking in the kitchen, the hum of the refrigerator, even the sound of Ryan clearing his throat awkwardly. I didn't back down. My words hung in the air like smoke. Dad was the first to speak, his voice hard and controlled. "Lucas," he said, "what exactly do you mean by that?" I shrugged, trying to look calm, even though my hands were sweaty under the table. "Exactly what it sounds like," I said. "For the last 3 years, I've been covering part of the mortgage here." "Your mortgage?" Ryan frowned like I'd just spoken in another language. "Wait, what? Why would you do that?" Mom looked offended, like I had accused her of something. "We never asked you to," she said quickly. "We would never ask that of you." I almost laughed at that because technically she was right. They hadn't asked. They begged. 3 years ago, Dad lost a major client at his contracting business, and I'd gotten a panic call late one night asking if I could spot them enough to cover the monthly payment so they didn't lose the house. At the time, I didn't hesitate. I was living frugally, saving up for my own place. But I told myself family comes first, only it didn't stop at 1 month or 3. Before I knew it, I was sending them a fixed amount every month. They always promised to pay me back someday. But someday never came. It became expected, like clockwork. I opened my mouth to explain all of that, but Dad cut me off. "This is highly inappropriate," he said, his tone full of authority. "Whatever help you've given us in the past was appreciated, but throwing it in our faces now is uncalled for." That hit a nerve. I hadn't planned on confronting them tonight, but now that the truth was out, I wasn't going to let them sweep it under the rug. "I'm not throwing it in your face," I said quietly. "I'm pointing out that I've been helping keep this house afloat while Ryan gets rewarded for what exactly?" Ryan bristled. "Excuse me. I work for my condo, Lucas. I've been killing myself at my job for the past 2 years. I almost rolled my eyes. Yeah, your job at Dad's company where you get promoted every 6 months for showing up. Must be exhausting. Enough, Dad barked, his hands slamming on the table. The sound made Mom jump. You will not disrespect your brother at this table. Disrespect. That word always got thrown at me. I took a slow breath. I'm not disrespecting him, I said. I'm asking why my support is invisible. Why I'm treated like the backup plan while Ryan is the golden child. Mom's face softened like she pitied me. Lucas, you've always been so sensitive, she said gently, as if that was supposed to make me feel better. You know we love you just as much, but Ryan has been working towards something big. He's making a name for himself. That was the moment I realized this wasn't about money. It was about perception. No matter what I did, no matter how much I gave, it would never measure up to Ryan's achievements because theirs were visible. Mine were quiet. The conversation fizzled out after that, but the tension in the room was so thick I could barely breathe. I excused myself early, saying I had work to finish at home, and left before dessert was served. Driving back to my apartment, I kept replaying the scene over and over in my head. My father's words, "You're not half the man your brother is," gnawed at me. Was that really how they saw me? As half? Over the next few weeks, the dynamic got worse. The next Friday dinner, Mom acted like nothing had happened, but I noticed she set Ryan at the head of the table where Dad usually sat, like he was some kind of a parent. Dad spent most of the meal talking about Ryan's upcoming promotion and how proud he was to see him taking the reins at the company. I stayed quiet that night, just observing. Every time I tried to contribute something to the conversation, Dad found a way to redirect it back to Ryan's achievements. One night when Ryan casually mentioned he was thinking of buying a new car, a fully loaded SUV, Mom turned to me with that sweet but cutting tone she used when she wanted to make a point. Lucas, maybe you can help him research good financing options. You're so good with numbers. I felt my jaw tighten. Sure, I said flatly, as long as he doesn't need me to make the payments too. The room went still for a moment, and Mom gave me a sharp look. That was uncalled for, she said, but I didn't apologize. I was done apologizing for speaking the truth. Then came the final straw. One Saturday afternoon, Dad called me and asked if I could swing by the house. When I got there, I found him and Ryan in the living room looking serious. Mom was sitting stiffly on the couch, her hands clasped. What's going on? I asked, my stomach sinking. Dad cleared his throat. Your brother has a great opportunity right now, he said. He's looking at expanding his condo into a 2-bedroom so he can rent out part of it. It's an investment. I crossed my arms. And what does that have to do with me? Mom gave me a hopeful smile. We thought maybe you could help with the down payment, she said softly, as if she were asking me to water the plants while they were on vacation. I actually laughed. You've got to be kidding me. Ryan shifted uncomfortably. It's not charity, Lucas. You'd be helping both of us. I could even pay you back once I start renting it out. I stared at them, stunned. You want me to fund your second property when I don't even own one myself? Dad's expression hardened. This is about family, he said. You've been in a position to help before. You're single. You have no kids. And you make good money. It's time to step up again. Something in me snapped right then. I didn't yell, but my voice was cold enough to make Mom flinch. I've been stepping up for 3 years. I've been paying part of your mortgage. I've been sacrificing my own goals so you don't lose this house. And now you want me to bankroll Ryan's real estate ventures. No one said anything. I turned toward the door. I think we're done here, I said, my voice shaking, partly from anger, partly from relief. As I walked out, I could hear Mom calling after me, but I didn't stop. That night, sitting alone in my apartment, I stared at my bank statements. All the money I'd sent them over the years, all the savings I could have had by now. And for what? A pat on the head and a lecture about how I'd never measure up. For the first time, I started to wonder if I was done helping them entirely. And that was when the idea for my next move started to take shape. 3 days after that confrontation, I got a call from Mom early in the morning. Her voice was unusually cheerful, almost rehearsed, and that immediately put me on edge. "Lucas," she said, "can you stop by the house tonight? Your father and I want to have a family dinner. Ryan will be here too. It's important." I hesitated. Part of me wanted to say no to protect my sanity and keep my distance, but a smaller part of me was curious. Maybe they wanted to apologize. Maybe, for once, they had realized how out of line they'd been. Against my better judgment, I agreed. When I pulled into the driveway that evening, the house looked the same as always, but there was a strange tension in the air, like the moments before a thunderstorm. I stepped inside and immediately noticed that Ryan was already there, lounging on the couch with a smug little smile. Mom greeted me with a hug that felt more like a peace offering than genuine warmth. Dinner was awkwardly quiet at first until Dad cleared his throat and said, "Lucas, we've been thinking about what you said the other day about the mortgage and about fairness." I sat up straighter, cautiously optimistic. Dad continued, "You've been very generous these past few years, and we do appreciate that. But we also need to think about the future. Our future and this house." The way he said "this house" made me freeze. "What about the house?" I asked. Mom exchanged a quick glance with Dad before speaking. "We've decided to add Ryan to the deed." Took me a second to process that. "Add Ryan to the deed?" I repeated slowly. "Yes," Dad said matter-of-factly. "He's going to inherit the house one day anyway, but this way he can start taking some responsibility for it now. He can build equity." I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. "So, let me get this straight," I said, my voice dangerously calm. "I've been helping you pay for this house for 3 years, and your solution is to make Ryan a co-owner?" Mom looked uncomfortable, but Dad didn't flinch. "Ryan is the one who's going to keep the family legacy alive. You've made it clear you want your own place someday. This is what makes sense." I stared at them in disbelief. "You didn't even ask me," I said. "We didn't need to," Dad replied. "You said yourself you were just helping. Help isn't ownership." That word "help" stung worse than I expected. I had sacrificed vacations, nights out, even the idea of buying a home of my own, all so they could keep this house. And now they were cutting me out completely, as if I'd never contributed at all. I turned to Ryan, who was suddenly very interested in his plate of food. "You knew about this, didn't you?" He hesitated, then nodded. "Dad told me last week. I didn't think it was a big deal." "Not a big deal," I repeated, my voice rising. "Ryan, this house wouldn't even still be here if I hadn't been covering part of the payments. You wouldn't have anything to inherit if it weren't for me." Ryan had the audacity to shrug. "Look, Lucas, you chose to do that. Nobody forced you. If it bothers you that much, maybe you should stop paying." The casual way he said it, like my contributions were just some hobby I could drop, made my blood boil. I pushed my chair back and stood. "You know what? Fine. Consider this my last payment." Dad's jaw tightened. "Lucas, no." I interrupted. I said, "I'm done. If Ryan is going to be on the deed, then he can be the one to keep this place afloat. I'm not your safety net anymore." Mom looked panicked. "Lucas, you can't just pull out now. We're still paying off the loan." "That's not my problem anymore," I said. "You wanted to make Ryan the man of the house. Congratulations. He can have the whole thing." I turned to leave, but Dad's voice stopped me cold. "If you walk out that door, don't expect to come back when things go south." I froze, my hand on the doorknob. That was it. That was the moment everything inside me hardened. He wasn't just taking my contributions for granted. He was threatening me with exile if I didn't keep playing their game. Slowly, I turned back to face him. "Things already went south, Dad," I said quietly. "You just didn't notice until now." Then I walked out, slamming the door behind me. I drove aimlessly for over an hour, my thoughts racing. I wasn't just hurt. I was furious. I had trusted them, supported them, believed we were working together as a family, and in return they had effectively cut me out of the picture and handed everything I had helped pay for to my brother. When I finally got back to my apartment, I pulled out a folder where I kept all my bank records and receipts. Every transfer I'd ever made to their account was right there, neatly documented. I stared at the numbers, the thousands of dollars that had gone to them, and felt a strange calm settle over me. They thought I was just going to slink away quietly. They thought they could rewrite history and pretend I never contributed. But they were wrong. This was no longer about fairness. It was about making sure they could never ignore me or my contributions again. And that was the moment I stopped being the peacekeeper in the family and started thinking like someone who had nothing left to lose. That night was the first time in years I didn't sleep at all. I lay on my couch staring at the ceiling, my mind replaying every conversation, every dinner, every moment I'd chosen to put my family's needs ahead of my own. It all seemed so painfully obvious now. The little comments, the way they praised Ryan for every small accomplishment but treated mine like background noise. How had I ignored it for so long? By morning, I felt hollow, not angry, just emptied out. I skipped work that day and sat in silence with a mug of coffee that went cold on the table. Around noon, my phone buzzed with a message from Mom. "Lucas, can we talk? This is a misunderstanding. Please don't make this harder than it has to be." I didn't reply. I wasn't ready. The next few days blurred together. I went to work, came home, and sat in my apartment without turning on the lights. It felt like I was mourning something. Not just my relationship with my family, but the illusion I had been living under for years. I kept asking myself the same question. If they could betray me so easily, had they ever really seen me as part of the family at all? Friday rolled around and, for the first time in years, I didn't go to family dinner. Around 7, my phone lit up with call after call from Mom, then Dad, then Ryan. I let them go to voicemail. When I finally checked the messages, they were a mix of guilt trips and veiled threats. Mom's voice was soft, pleading, "Lucas, honey, you can't just cut us off like this. We're family. We need to figure this out." Dad's message was harder, colder. "You're acting childish. Ryan has stepped up and you should be happy for him. If you keep this up, you'll regret it." Ryan's was the worst. Casual, almost smug. "Dude, this is getting out of hand. Just let it go. It's not that deep. I'll make sure to toast you when I get the keys to the house." I threw my phone across the couch and buried my face in my hands. I had given everything I could to these people, and now they were mocking me for walking away. That weekend, I started pulling my life back piece by piece. I canceled the automatic transfer that had been going to their mortgage account every month. I called my bank and redirected that money into a separate savings account, one that no one but me had access to. For the first time in years, I started to think about what I actually wanted. Not what would make my parents happy. Not what would make Ryan proud of me, but what I wanted. At first, I didn't have an answer. I just knew I needed space. Over the next couple of weeks, I went low contact with my family. I stopped answering calls and only replied to texts if they were about something urgent. My parents didn't take it well. Mom sent me long, emotional messages about how she couldn't sleep at night knowing we were fighting. Dad's messages got shorter and angrier, accusing me of abandoning them. One night, I came home to find an envelope taped to my door. Inside was a letter in Dad's handwriting, formal and cold. He wrote that since I had chosen to withdraw financial support, they were considering other options for the future of the house, and that I shouldn't expect to be included in those discussions going forward. I sat on the floor of my apartment reading that letter over and over until my hands were shaking. It wasn't just about money anymore. This was personal. They were cutting me out completely, not just from the house, but from the family decisions. And yet, as much as it hurt, part of me felt strangely free. For the first time in my life, I wasn't living for their approval. I started going on long walks after work just to clear my head. Sometimes I'd end up downtown, standing in front of apartment buildings I used to dream about living in. I'd imagine what it would be like to have a place of my own, one that no one could take away from me or hold over my head. One night, after a particularly long walk, I went home and opened my laptop. I started looking at condos for sale. Not seriously at first, just browsing. But as I scrolled, I felt something shift inside me. Why not me? Why shouldn't I have a place of my own? I had been quietly saving for years, even with the mortgage payments I'd been making for my parents. Now that I wasn't sending them money anymore, I could build that savings faster. That night, I built a spreadsheet with all my expenses, savings, and potential timelines for buying a place. I hadn't felt that focused in months. But even as I planned for the future, the bitterness stayed with me. Every time I saw my family's name pop up on my phone, it was like a reminder of how little they thought of me. Then came the real gut punch. A few weeks later, I got a text from a mutual family friend, Mrs. Jensen, our old neighbor from across the street. She sent me a photo of a congratulations banner hanging on my parents' front porch with a message. "So excited for Ryan. Heard the house is officially in his name now." I just sat there staring at my phone, numb. They had gone through with it. They'd actually put Ryan on the deed and no one had told me. Not a call, not a text, nothing. I realized then that there was no going back. This wasn't just favoritism anymore. This was a razor. They had rewritten our family story so that I was just extra. That night, I poured myself a drink, sat at my kitchen table, and stared at the stack of bank statements and receipts I'd been keeping. My entire contribution to that house, right there in black and white. And that was when a different kind of plan started to form. Not just to build my own life, but to make sure they could never brush aside what I had done for them. It wasn't about yelling or fighting anymore. It was about letting the truth speak for itself and watching what happened when everyone saw it. The morning after I saw that photo of the congratulations banner, something inside me clicked. The pain was still there, but it felt sharper now, more focused. I wasn't just drifting anymore. I had a purpose. For the first time in weeks, I woke up early, showered, and actually felt like I had energy. I made myself a proper breakfast, not just stale cereal or coffee, and opened my laptop. My spreadsheet was still sitting there from the night I'd started planning. I stared at it for a long moment, then added a new column, projected timeline. I wasn't going to just dream about a place of my own anymore. I was going to make it happen. I started small. I called a few real estate agents and asked questions about the market. I met with a mortgage advisor at my bank to see how much I could actually afford. It felt strange at first, taking steps towards something that was just for me. But every conversation made me feel more in control. Work became a distraction, but also an advantage. I started volunteering for extra projects, staying late when I needed to, and putting myself forward for responsibilities I used to shy away from. My boss noticed, and within 2 months, I got a raise. A modest one, but enough to bump my savings plan forward by a few months. I didn't tell my family about any of this. In fact, I was speaking to them less and less. The silence was liberating. Without the constant drip of criticism or comparisons, I could actually hear my own thoughts for once. But they weren't staying quiet. Every now and then, I'd get a text from Mom. Sometimes apologetic, sometimes passive-aggressive. "Lucas, you're really hurting your father. Can't we just put this behind us?" Other times, it was Dad. More direct. "You're being stubborn. We did what we thought was best. You should be proud of your brother, not resentful." I never replied. I wasn't ready to engage. Instead, I poured my energy into building myself up. I picked up a side hustle doing freelance financial consulting, something I'd always been good at, but never had time for before. It was slow at first, a client here, a client there. But word started to spread. Within 3 months, I had regular weekend work that nearly doubled my income. And then came the turning point. One of my freelance clients, a small tech startup, asked me if I'd consider coming on as their full-time financial analyst. It was a risk. They were young, not as established as my current company, but they offered me a salary nearly 40% higher than what I was making, plus equity in the company. I said yes. The day I handed in my resignation at my old job, I felt a rush of freedom I can't even put into words. I wasn't just leaving a job. I was leaving behind the version of myself that had stayed small and quiet to keep everyone else comfortable. With my new salary and side hustle income, my savings grew faster than I thought possible. Within 6 months, I was sitting across from a realtor signing papers for my very first condo. A sleek, modern one-bedroom downtown with floor-to-ceiling windows and a view of the skyline. When I got the keys, I just stood in the empty space for a long time, soaking it in. No one had helped me get there. No one could claim ownership over it. This was mine completely and entirely. I moved in on a Saturday and spent the whole weekend unpacking, hanging shelves, arranging furniture exactly how I wanted it. There was something deeply healing about setting up a space that no one else had a say in. Of course, my family eventually found out. It started with Ryan, who somehow saw a photo I posted on social media, just a casual shot of the view from my balcony. His text came 5 minutes later. "Wah, nice place. Didn't know you were house hunting." I ignored him. A day later, Mom called. When I didn't answer, she left a voicemail. "Lucas, why didn't you tell us? We would have loved to help you move in. Your father feels very hurt that you kept this a secret." I listened to the message twice, then deleted it. Because the truth was, it wasn't a secret. They just weren't entitled to know. Over the next few weeks, I focused on settling into my new life. My work at the startup was challenging but exciting, and the company was growing fast. I was part of something that mattered. And for once, I felt like I was exactly where I was supposed to be. Every night when I came home, I'd look around at my condo and feel that same quiet satisfaction. The same walls they'd once told me I'd never be able to afford were now mine. Not because someone handed them to me, but because I had fought tooth and nail to build this life. But even as I thrived, the bitterness didn't go away. If anything, it sharpened, because I knew what my family was still telling everyone. That Ryan had saved the family home. That he was the one who had stepped up when times were hard. My contributions were invisible, erased, and that burned. One night, I sat at my dining table with that same stack of bank statements and receipts in front of me. Every month, every payment, every dollar I had sacrificed for that house. I spread them out across the table, running my fingers over the numbers. And that's when the idea fully formed. Not just to tell the truth, but to show it. If they wanted to pretend I had done nothing, I was going to make it impossible for anyone to believe that. And when the time came, I wasn't going to raise my voice. I wasn't going to argue. I was going to let the facts speak for themselves and watch as everything they had built on lies came crashing down. By the time spring rolled around, I had turned my condo into a home. Not just a place to sleep, but a space that felt like a reflection of me. I had a proper office corner with a sleek desk and a whiteboard where I tracked my goals. My fridge wasn't empty anymore, and my bank account looked healthier than it ever had. Life was good. But that stack of receipts stayed on my dining table like a quiet reminder that I wasn't finished. I started thinking more deliberately about how, when, and where to reveal the truth about everything I had done for my parents' house. I didn't want a shouting match in their kitchen. I didn't want a private confrontation they could sweep under the rug. I wanted everyone, the entire family, maybe even their friends, to see who had actually kept that house standing. That's when fate handed me the perfect setup. One afternoon, I got a call from my cousin Sarah, who I'd always been close with. She hesitated for a moment before saying, "Hey, just so you know, your parents are throwing a family appreciation dinner next month. They sent invites to everyone." I frowned. "Family appreciation?" "Yeah," Sarah said, her tone dry. "From the way they worded it, it sounds like they're planning to make a big deal about how Ryan has been taking care of the family legacy." I felt my stomach tighten. "You're kidding." "I wish I was," she said. "They even asked me to make a little slideshow of photos of the house over the years. They want to show how much it means to the family." I thanked her for the heads up, but after I hung up, I just sat there staring at my phone. A public dinner with everyone there to celebrate Ryan for doing the thing I had been doing quietly for years. It was infuriating and perfect. That night, I started organizing my documents. I scanned every bank statement, every wire transfer confirmation, every note from my parents thanking me for helping out just this once. I put them in chronological order, creating a clear timeline of exactly how much money I had put into that house and when. But I didn't stop there. Through my work in finance, I had access to software that allowed me to build professional-level financial reports. I spent an entire weekend compiling everything into a single polished document: charts, graphs, annotations. At the end, I added a summary page: total contributions to family home 2019 to 2023, $68,450. Seeing the number like that, bold and undeniable, made me sit back in my chair and exhale. No more minimizing what I had done. No more letting them rewrite history. But there was one more piece I needed. Through Sarah, I found out the dinner was going to be at a local event hall. A semi-formal thing with a rented projector and microphone. That gave me an idea. I reached out to Sarah and cautiously asked if she could share the slideshow file with me just to look over. She didn't ask questions. She sent it over that night. I opened the file and scrolled through the slides. They were simple photos of the house from different years, family pictures on the porch, captions about memories made here. The last slide said in bold letters, "Thank you, Ryan, for preserving our family home." I stared at that slide for a long time. Then I copied the entire presentation and started making my own version. Same photos, same captions, but at the end, instead of that line about Ryan, I added a new set of slides. My financial report, condensed into a clean, easy-to-read format. I made sure every transfer had a date and a brief description. I included the total amount in massive font on the last slide with one line beneath it. "This is who kept the house alive." When I was done, I exported the file and saved it in 3 different places: on my laptop, on a flash drive, and in cloud storage. I wasn't going to risk losing it. The more I worked on this, the calmer I felt. It wasn't about revenge anymore. Or maybe it still was, but in a way that felt precise, controlled. At work, things were also looking up. Our startup had just landed a major client, which meant my stock options were suddenly worth a lot more. For the first time, I was in a position where my financial stability didn't feel fragile. I could walk into that dinner completely unshaken. The weeks leading up to the event were strangely quiet. My parents didn't reach out much, though Mom did send a polite, formal invitation via text. "Lucas, we'd love for you to join us for this special evening. It would mean a lot to the family." I replied simply, "I'll be there." I didn't tell them anything else. The night of the dinner arrived, and I dressed carefully. Nothing flashy, but sharp enough to make an impression. When I walked into the event hall, I immediately noticed the way heads turned. Some relatives smiled and waved, surprised to see me after months of distance. Ryan spotted me across the room and raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. Mom came over, hugged me tightly, and whispered, "I'm so glad you came." I just smiled politely. Wouldn't miss it. The evening started with small talk, food, and wine. The atmosphere was warm, celebratory. I stayed quiet, waiting. Finally, after dinner, Dad stood up and tapped the microphone. "Thank you all for coming tonight," he began. "This house has been the cornerstone of our family for decades, and we wanted to take a moment to recognize the person who has worked so hard to preserve it." Ryan shifted in his chair, already smiling like he knew what was coming. "And with that," Dad said proudly, "let's look back on some of the memories we've made over the years." The lights dimmed and the slideshow began to play on the screen. I sat there, my heart pounding, my hand resting casually on the flash drive in my pocket. My moment was coming. The slideshow played just as I expected. Cozy photos of the house through the years. Shots of Ryan helping Dad fix a fence. Family dinners on the porch. Christmas mornings by the fireplace. I could hear murmurs of nostalgia ripple through the crowd. Mom dabbed her eyes with a napkin. Ryan looked like he was soaking in applause at an awards ceremony. And then came the final slide. "Thank you, Ryan, for preserving our family home." The room erupted in polite applause. Dad put a hand on Ryan's shoulder proudly, and Ryan actually stood up and gave a little wave, as if he'd just been handed the key to the city. I let the clapping die down before I stood. "If I could have a moment," I said, my voice calm but carrying. The room quieted, and Dad looked confused. "Lucas, this isn't really the time. It'll just take a minute," I said. "Since we're talking about preserving the house, I thought it might be a good time to share something important." Before anyone could stop me, I walked to the projector, plugged in my flash drive, and clicked to the next slide. My slide. The screen lit up with the title page, "Financial Contributions to the Family Home, 2019 to 2023. Murmurs started around the room. I clicked again. The next slide showed the first year, a neat list of monthly transfers, dates, and amounts. Some were small, others were large, but the pattern was undeniable. Each one labeled mortgage support. 3 years ago, I began keeping my voice steady. Mom and Dad called me one night and said they were in danger of losing the house. I sent money to cover that month's payment. And then the next month and the next. For 3 years, I contributed to keep this place standing. Click. Another year appeared on the screen. The numbers grew larger. This isn't to brag, I continued, scanning the room. I never told anyone because I thought we were all in this together. I thought we were a family. But when I found out that Ryan was added to the deed without so much as a conversation, I realized that history was about to be rewritten. And I wasn't going to let that happen. Click. The third year appeared, ending with a bold total, $68,450. The room went completely silent. No forks clinking, no whispers, just the sound of the projector fan humming. This, I said, pointing at the screen, is what really preserved the house. I let that sink in for a long moment before clicking to the last slide. It was a photo of the house taken last summer with the caption, "This was my contribution. Don't forget it." I stepped back from the projector, my heart pounding, but my face calm. The silence stretched until Sarah, my cousin, let out a low whistle. "Wow," she said softly. "I had no idea." That broke the tension. A few other relatives started murmuring, looking at each other, some even turning toward my parents with raised eyebrows. Mom looked pale, her mouth opened, but no words came out. Dad's face was tight, his jaw working like he was chewing gravel. Ryan, for once, didn't look smug. He looked uncomfortable. "Lucas," Mom finally said, her voice shaky, "this was not the place." "Actually," I interrupted gently, "this is exactly the place. You wanted everyone here to celebrate Ryan's part in saving the house. I just thought they deserved to know the whole story." Dad stood, his face red. "You're trying to humiliate us." I shook my head. "No, I'm telling the truth. If the truth is humiliating, that's not on me." The room went quiet again. My aunt cleared her throat. "Well," she said carefully, "I think we can all agree Lucas deserves some recognition for what he's done." A few people nodded. Someone even started clapping quietly until Dad shot them a glare. I didn't wait for permission. I unplugged my flash drive, slipped it back in my pocket and said, "That's all I wanted to say. Please enjoy the rest of your evening." Then I sat back down, calm as ever, while the rest of the room buzzed with whispers. From that point on, the entire energy of the dinner shifted. Conversations were hushed, pointed. I caught more than one relative glancing at my parents with looks that ranged from shocked to disappointed. Mom barely touched her plate after that. Dad didn't say another word for the rest of the night. Ryan tried to joke it off once, muttering something about, "Well, guess you were the secret landlord all along." But no one laughed. I stayed until dessert was served, then stood and thanked everyone for coming before quietly heading out. Walking to my car, I felt lighter than I had in months. It wasn't joy, not exactly. It was clarity. I hadn't yelled. I hadn't begged. I hadn't tried to convince them of anything. I had simply laid out the truth and let everyone see it. And judging by the looks on my parents' faces as I left, the truth had landed harder than any argument ever could. But as I drove home, a new question formed in my mind, one that made me grip the wheel a little tighter. What would they do now that they had been exposed? The fallout started almost immediately. The next morning, my phone buzzed with a string of texts from Mom, long paragraphs that swung wildly between guilt, anger, and self-pity. "Lucas, what you did last night was cruel. You blindsided us in front of everyone." 2 minutes later, another message. "But maybe we deserved it. I didn't realize how much you'd been giving. I should have thanked you sooner." And then, almost as if she couldn't stop herself, "But you could have come to us privately. Now everyone is talking about us. Your father hasn't slept all night." I didn't reply. I wasn't ready to get pulled back into their narrative. By noon, Dad called. I let it go to voicemail, then listened as he spoke, his tone clipped. "You've embarrassed this family, Lucas. People are calling us, asking questions. You made it sound like we forced you to pay when you volunteered. That was your choice." He paused, and for the first time, I heard a crack in his voice. "I don't know who you're trying to hurt, but you've hurt your mother deeply. If that was your goal, congratulations." I deleted the message without saving it. Later that afternoon, Sarah called me. "You have no idea what a stir you caused last night," she said, trying not to laugh. "Half the relatives are furious at your parents. The other half are calling you the unsung hero of the family. Aunt Linda said it was the first time she's ever seen your dad look speechless." I chuckled, a little surprised at how good that felt to hear. "I didn't do it for them," I said. "I just wanted the truth out." "Well," Sarah said, "you got it out, and now no one can pretend they don't know." That evening, I decided to check social media. My parents weren't heavy users, but some of my cousins had posted photos from the event. Under one of them, there was a comment thread that had clearly turned into a debate. "Cousin Mike, honestly, props to Lucas. If I had given that much, I'd want people to know, too." Aunt Linda, "Exactly. It's not about embarrassing anyone. It's about recognition." Family friend Karen, "I didn't know Lucas was helping with the mortgage. That's incredible." The comments went on and on. Not one person criticized me for what I had done. For the next week, there was radio silence from my parents. Then, on Friday evening, I got a knock on my condo door. When I opened it, Dad was standing there looking older than I'd ever seen him. Mom was behind him, her hands clasped together. "Lucas," Dad said, his voice low, "can we come in?" I stepped aside and let them in, keeping my face neutral. They didn't sit right away. Mom looked around the condo, taking in the clean, minimalist space. "You've done well for yourself," she said quietly. "Thanks," I said, still standing. Dad finally spoke. "I owe you an apology," he said, each word slow and deliberate. "I didn't realize how much resentment had built up. I thought we were all doing our part, but you did more than anyone, and I minimized it. That was wrong." Mom nodded quickly. "We should have talked to you before adding Ryan to the deed. It wasn't fair. We assumed you didn't care about the house." I exhaled slowly, letting their words hang there for a moment before replying. "It's not about the house," I said. "It's about respect. I was there for you when things were hard and you acted like it never happened. You made me feel invisible." Dad looked down at the floor. "You're right," he admitted. "We were wrong. I don't expect you to forgive us right away, but I wanted you to hear it from me. We know what you did for us, and we won't forget it." Mom took a step closer. "Your father and I talked. We want to add you to the deed, too. It's the least we can do." I shook my head. "I don't want it," I said simply. They both looked surprised. "I have my own place now, my own life. That house was my responsibility for a long time, but it's not anymore. You can keep it. Give it to Ryan. Do whatever you want with it. I'm done tying myself to something that only brought me grief." Mom's eyes filled with tears. "Lucas, I'm not saying this to hurt you," I interrupted gently. "I'm saying it because I'm finally free, and I want to keep it that way." There was a long silence. Dad finally nodded once. "If that's what you want," he said. "It is." They stayed a few more minutes, awkwardly trying to make small talk, but the energy had shifted. When they finally left, Mom hugged me a little too long and whispered, "I'm proud of you." For the first time in years, I actually believed her. When the door closed behind them, I stood there for a moment, staring out at the city skyline through my window. I hadn't just exposed the truth. I had forced them to see me, really see me, for the first time. And now, for the first time in my life, I wasn't living in the shadow of my family's approval. I was standing on my own, completely and unapologetically. And I knew deep down that they would never underestimate me again. Then I turned off the lights, sat on my balcony with a drink in hand, and let the quiet wash over me. Not the heavy silence of being ignored, but the peaceful kind that comes after a storm has passed. Because this time, the house wasn't my burden anymore. It was theirs, and I smiled. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's William. I'm 26. And until recently, I would have told you my family was complicated, but still my family. You know the kind. Lots of noise, lots of opinions, but mostly well-meaning. Or at least that's what I used to think. This story is about the moment I stopped making excuses for them and the revenge I didn't plan, but absolutely don't regret. It started on a Tuesday. My birthday was coming up at the end of the week, and I hadn't planned anything big. Honestly, I wasn't in the mood. I'd been laid off 2 months prior, still job hunting, and the weight of trying to pretend everything was fine was starting to wear me down. I live alone in a tiny apartment just outside the city, and while I've never been the center of attention type, birthdays always made me feel like I had to fake it more than usual. Smile. Pretend I was grateful for cheap cards with not-so-subtle digs about finding direction. Not along as someone, usually my mom or my sister Ashley, made a comment about how maybe this will be the year William finally figures it out. Still, when my cousin Jenna texted me Friday morning saying the family had made dinner plans just for me, I thought maybe, just maybe, it would be different this time. Jenna was one of the few people in my family I actually liked. She'd moved out young, worked her way through school, and didn't care about all the passive-aggressive dynamics that brewed between everyone else. So I figured, okay, I'll show up, eat a meal, play nice, and maybe duck out early if it starts to feel like one of those nights. I dressed decent but not too flashy. Black jeans, a button-up, clean boots, and drove across town to the restaurant. It was one of those big Italian places with fake vines on the walls, and Sinatra playing just loud enough to drown out small talk. When I walked in, I saw my entire family already seated at a long table. Mom and Dad at one end, Ashley sitting next to them, scrolling on her phone. My Uncle Dan, more on him later, sat near the middle, loudly telling some story about a guy at work who got fired for too many feelings. Classic Dan. I took the only open seat next to Jenna, who gave me a small smile and a quick happy birthday. She looked uncomfortable. That should have been my first clue. The dinner started okay. Some awkward toasts, a few polite laughs. My mom complimented my shirt in that way. She always does. Oh, that's nice. You finally found something that fits you right. Ashley kept throwing glances at her phone like she was waiting for something or someone. I tried not to read into it. When the food came, conversation turned toward what everyone was doing lately. Jenna had gotten a promotion. Everyone clapped. My younger cousin Tyler was going to college. Big applause. Then Mom turned to me and asked, "So, any luck with interviews?" I gave a non-committal shrug, trying to keep it light. "Still looking. Sent out a few this week. Had a phone screen yesterday." "Maybe you're being too picky," she said, already chewing her lasagna. "A job's a job. At your age, you can't really afford to wait for the perfect one." Ashley snorted into her glass. Dad cleared his throat, but didn't say anything. I felt my cheeks flush. I wasn't looking for a perfect job. I was trying to find something that wouldn't crush my soul 5 days a week. Uncle Dan chimed in. "You know, when I was your age, I worked double shifts and didn't complain. There's no shame in hard work, William." He always said my name like it tasted sour. "You're not above it." "I never said I was," I muttered. Ashley leaned over with that syrupy voice she uses when she wants to sound sweet, but means the opposite. "We just want you to stop floundering. It's hard to watch." Jenna gave my knee a quick squeeze under the table. I forced a smile. "Thanks for the support, guys." It was then that the waiter came out with the cake. A big sheet cake with white frosting, blue piping, and a single candle. Everyone started singing. I was trying to let it be a moment, just a simple birthday song. Nothing dramatic. I blew out the candle. Then I saw the writing on the cake. Oops. Still a disappointment. It wasn't even subtle. My name wasn't on it, just those 5 words in pink icing. For a second, I genuinely thought I misread it. I blinked, stared, then looked up. Everyone was laughing. Ashley practically choked on her drink. "It was just a joke," she said between giggles. "Come on. Don't be so sensitive." Uncle Dan slapped the table. "Best cake ever. You got to admit that's funny." I didn't say anything. I just stared at it. My own birthday cake. Punchline. I looked at Mom. She had that tight little smile she gets when she thinks someone is overreacting. "It's meant to be lighthearted, honey." We all love you. It's just humor. Love. Right? I stood up slowly, picked up my bag, and looped it over my shoulder. Jenna looked up at me. William, she whispered, don't let them get to you. I'm good, I said calmly. Then I leaned down just slightly and whispered something into Uncle Dan's ear. Just one sentence. His face dropped instantly like I'd poured ice water down his spine. I walked out, didn't say goodbye, didn't look back. That night, I turned my phone off, spent the weekend ignoring it. It was quiet for 2 weeks, blissfully quiet. Then suddenly a ringing notifications, emails, texts, missed calls from Mom, Ashley, even Dad. All of them in a frenzy, begging me to call back, saying there's been a huge misunderstanding, that I went too far, that I need to fix this. You see, what I whispered to Uncle Dan was nothing dramatic. I just reminded him of something, a little secret, when I wasn't supposed to know. The thing about secrets is they rot. You can bury them under fake smiles and polite dinners and decades of, we don't talk about that, but they're still there, festering. And when the rot finally surfaces, it doesn't knock, kicks the door in. What I whispered to Uncle Dan that night was simple. I know about the money. That's all it took. I saw his face change instantly, like someone had flipped a switch. 1 second, he was riding high on the sound of his own laughter. The next, he was pale, stiff, like I'd mentioned a name he thought was buried in concrete. Here's what they didn't know. 6 months ago, I was over at my parents' house helping them clean out the attic. Dad had thrown his back out and Mom was barking orders from the couch, while I hauled down dusty boxes full of old tax returns and broken holiday decorations. That's when I found the folder wedged behind an old suitcase, yellowed and soft at the edges. It had my grandfather's name on it and faded sharper. I didn't mean to snoop. I really didn't. But the second I opened it, I knew something wasn't right. Inside were bank statements, handwritten notes, and a copy of my grandfather's will, though I'd seen once before years ago right after he passed. I remembered it clearly because at the time it was the only document I'd ever seen my mom get genuinely emotional about. Grandpa had divided everything 3 ways. Mom, Uncle Dan, and their youngest sibling, Aunt Melissa, who lives out of state. But what I found in the folder told a different story. It wasn't just a clean split. There were amendments. One specifically stated that Dan was to receive nothing if certain conditions weren't met. Grandpa had added it a year before he passed away after Dan had borrowed a large sum of money from the family business and promised to pay it back within 6 months. According to a letter in the folder written by Grandpa himself, Dan never paid a cent. So the amendment cut him out. Period. It was signed, notarized, legal. But when Grandpa passed, Dan did get money, a lot of it. In fact, according to the bank statements, he'd been wired his third within days of the estate settling. I'd stared at the documents for over an hour in that attic, trying to piece it all together. I didn't say anything to my parents. Not yet. I wasn't even sure they knew, but I took pictures of everything, every page, every note, and I waited. Now, if you're wondering why I kept that to myself for so long, the answer is simple. I didn't think it was my fight. I wasn't part of the will. I wasn't owed anything. It was old family business, and I figured if Mom or Melissa ever dug it up again, they could deal with it. But then they gave me that cake. The smug laughs, the condescension, the years of being their emotional punching bag brushed off as jokes or tough love. I realized something in that moment. They didn't just look down on me. They needed me to stay beneath them. As long as I was the disappointment, they didn't have to look at their own garbage. So, I whispered those 5 words to Uncle Dan, walked out and let the rot do its thing. When the phone calls started coming in, I ignored the first few. Then one night, curiosity got the better of me. I picked up when Mom called. "William," she said breathless. "Why would you say something like that to Dan? What's going on?" I stayed quiet for a second, then said, "I didn't say anything untrue." "You're confused," she snapped. "You don't know what you're talking about. Dan has always been generous with this family." I laughed. Actually laughed. "Sure. Generous with Grandpa's money, maybe." There was a pause long enough to make me wonder if she was going to deny it. But instead, she said something I didn't expect. "You don't understand what that money meant to him. That told me everything. They knew. At least she did. Maybe not all the details. Maybe she'd been told the half-truth. Or maybe she helped cover it up. But her tone wasn't shocked. It was tired, defensive, like this was an old wound that had never healed properly. I hung up. A few days later, I got a call from Aunt Melissa. She never calls, not for birthdays, not for holidays, but now she was calling me at 10 at night, leaving a voicemail that started with, "I heard from Jenna that you said something at the birthday dinner. Is it true? Please call me." Jenna, bless her, must have told her everything. So I called Melissa back, told her about the folder, the documents, the amendment, the payments. I even emailed her the photos I'd taken. She went quiet for a long time. Then she said, "I knew something didn't add up. When the estate was settled, Dan suddenly bought that lake house. But Mom told me it was part of Grandpa's gift. She said I wasn't supposed to question it. You know what she did next? She called a lawyer. That's when the real panic started. Because Dan didn't just bend the rules. He likely forged documents to override a legal will. If proven, it wouldn't just mean he had to pay the money back. Could mean fraud charges. And if anyone else had known and helped cover it up, well, let's just say people started losing sleep. I wasn't trying to burn the house down. But once the match was lit, I wasn't going to blow it out either. The messages from Ashley shifted from mocking to begging. "You need to fix this. This has gone too far. Do you really want to tear this family apart?" And then finally, "You've always been jealous of him." Jealous, right? Because nothing screams jealousy like being humiliated at your own birthday dinner and walking out with the last bit of dignity you've got left. At this point, Jenna texted me just one sentence. "You might want to check Facebook." So I did. That's where I saw the post. A long melodramatic screed from Uncle Dan whining about entitled younger relatives who don't understand how business works and are trying to ruin good people's lives for attention. No names mentioned, of course, but the comments were a dumpster fire. Some distant relatives were backing him up. Others, mostly friends of Aunt Melissa and people who'd known Grandpa, were asking questions. That's when I knew the tide had turned, because for the first time, it wasn't just me being painted as the black sheep. The story was cracking open. The roles were shifting and they were finally afraid. And that was just the beginning. After Dan's vague Facebook post, the family group chat exploded. I hadn't checked it in months, muted it ages ago, but curiosity got the best of me. There were over 120 unread messages. Most were from Ashley and my mom, spinning the narrative hard. "We've always tried to support William. This is all a misunderstanding. He's confused. We just want to protect Grandpa's legacy. Protect it, please." They'd shredded his legacy the minute they let Dan cash a check that wasn't his. What stunned me, though, were the responses. My cousin Leah, Melissa's daughter, who'd always been quiet at family events, was furious. She posted screenshots of the amendment I'd sent to Melissa. "This is clearly fraud," she wrote. "If you're more mad at William for exposing it than at the person who did it, you're part of the problem." Jenna backed her up. So did Tyler. Believe it or not, people were picking sides. And for once, mine wasn't the empty corner. But the real hammer came from Melissa. She posted one sentence. "My lawyer will be in touch with all parties involved in the estate handling. Please save any documentation you have." That's when things got quiet. For about 2 days, the group chat went dark. Then I started getting phone calls again, this time from numbers I didn't recognize. I let them go to voicemail. Some were lawyers. Others were concerned family friends telling me how hard this must be on my mother. One message said, "Do you really want her health to suffer over something this old?" Like I was supposed to feel guilty for someone else's ulcer when they'd spent years laughing at my expense. But the one call I did take was from Dad. Now my dad's not a loud man. He's a go-with-the-flow type, which often meant go along with whatever your mother says. He's quiet at dinners, fixes things when they break, and stays out of drama. That night, he called while I was out walking. It was cold, and I remember watching my breath fog up in the air as I answered with a flat, "Hello." He didn't waste time. "I didn't know, William. I swear." I stopped walking. "Didn't know what about the amendment?" "About what?" "Your grandfather changed. Your mother told me the will was split evenly. I never saw the documents. I just believed her. Why? He paused. Because I wanted to. There was a long silence. Not angry, just heavy. I'm sorry, he said finally. For the dinner, for the cake. I knew it was mean, but I didn't think it would hurt you that much. That's the problem, I said. No one ever thinks I have a right to be hurt. He didn't argue, didn't defend anyone. He just said, "What do you want me to do?" It was the first time anyone had asked me that. I told him I didn't know yet. Meanwhile, Melissa's lawyer was moving fast. Within a week, they'd sent letters of inquiry to the attorney who had handled Grandpa's estate. Turns out that lawyer had retired shortly after the estate was settled. But he still had records. And guess what wasn't in the final version of the will? The processed amendment. That's right. The legal amendment Grandpa had signed wasn't submitted during probate, which meant either Dan had somehow intercepted it or someone had deliberately chosen not to include it. Given that my mom was listed as the primary contact during the process, it didn't take a genius to see where this was going. And remember, I had the copy signed, notarized, time-stamped from months before Grandpa passed away. So now Melissa's lawyer was pushing for an investigation into probate fraud. If the court ruled in her favor, it could not only force Dan to pay back his entire inheritance, plus interest, but anyone who helped suppress that amendment could be held liable, too. The panic calls doubled. Ashley called in tears. "You're going to ruin everything," she sobbed. "Mom's freaking out. She hasn't slept in days." She didn't seem too worried when she was laughing at the cake. "You're being cruel." "No, I'm being done." She hung up. That night, I got a knock on my apartment door. It was my mother. I stood there for a second, stunned. She looked tired. No makeup, jacket thrown over her shoulders like she'd driven over in a rush. I stepped outside, arms folded. She didn't wait for me to speak. "I didn't know he changed the will." I raised an eyebrow. "I found it in the attic years ago," she admitted. "I didn't know what to do. Dan told me it wouldn't hold up in court. That Grandpa was confused in his final year." "He wasn't," I said flatly. She looked down. "I know that now, but at the time it was easier to believe him, easier than doing the right thing." She looked up. "I was trying to protect the family." I shook my head. "You were protecting Dan." She didn't deny it. I should have slammed the door. I should have walked back inside. But part of me still needed to understand. So I asked, "Why did you even invite me to that dinner?" Her eyes welled up, and for a second I thought she might say something honest. But all she said was, "Because I thought it would be good for you, a reminder of what you have." That was the moment I realized we weren't speaking the same language. What I had was a family that only valued me when I played the role they wrote for me. When I sat quietly at the bottom of the ladder so they could look down and feel taller. Not anymore. I didn't let her in. I didn't hug her goodbye. I just said, "Tell your lawyer to call Melissa's." Then I shut the door. That weekend, Jenna invited me over for coffee. No drama, just coffee. She told me Melissa's lawyer had enough evidence to file. The process might take months, maybe even longer, but it was happening. And Dan, word was he was already talking to someone about asset protection, trying to hide money. He'd lawyered up fast. But here's the thing about hiding money after you've committed fraud. The courts don't like it. And if they trace any part of that inheritance to others, say joint accounts or gifts, they might go after them too. And guess whose names were on the wire transfer paperwork from Grandpa's estate? Yep, Dan and my mom. Took 8 months. 8 long, tedious, emotionally draining months of legal meetings, paperwork, depositions, and quiet behind-the-scenes panic among that. We just wanted what's best for the family crowd. But justice, it turns out, doesn't care about fake smiles or family loyalty. Cares about receipts, and I had those in spades. Melissa's lawyer came through like a wrecking ball in his suit. The will amendment, my photos, the notarized documents, and even testimony from Grandpa's old lawyer, who confirmed that the amendment had been delivered before probate painted a very clear picture. Someone removed that document before the will went through court. Dan and my mother were named as the 2 people with access to the estate paperwork during that exact time frame. There were emails between them discussing the inheritance, casually referencing splitting it 3 ways as agreed, even after the amendment was signed. The court didn't even need to look that deep to see the pattern: deliberate omission with financial motive. Classic textbook fraud. And then came the real kicker. Uncle Dan had not only taken his third of the inheritance, but he'd also quietly loaned my mom $30,000 from it a few weeks after the estate closed, probably as a thank you for looking the other way. Melissa's legal team didn't miss that. Neither did the court. Dan tried to settle. Melissa refused. She wanted a full court judgment, something that would stick, and she got it. The ruling was brutal. Dan was ordered to repay his full share of the inheritance plus interest to Melissa, bringing the total close to $230,000. My mom was fined $15,000 for her part in the concealment and had to issue a formal statement acknowledging her role in the fraud. Then also lost the lake house after a lien was placed on it, and it went up for sale within 2 months. The fallout, glorious. Dan's reputation in the family tanked overnight. Half the cousins cut him off. The other half only showed up to ask awkward questions at family gatherings, then ghosted him when the truth sunk in. Mom spent the next few months trying to smooth things over with distant relatives, but no one really bought a redemption arc. She called it a mistaken judgment. Everyone else called it what it was: theft. Ashley tried to go radio silent at first, but eventually posted a cryptic Instagram story about snakes in the family. I didn't respond. She's irrelevant now. As for me, I moved on. I used the whole experience as fuel. Landed a job with a remote tech firm after months of searching. Better pay, better hours, and best of all, no one at work expects me to play the scapegoat. I got my own place in a quieter neighborhood, started therapy, and for the first time in a long while, I actually liked who I was becoming. Jenna and I stayed close. She's the kind of family that deserves the word. She stood by me when everyone else wanted me to roll over and smile through the humiliation. We laugh about it now, especially the cake. She even got me a new one this year. It said, "Oops. Turns out you were right, Melissa." She and I talk regularly. She told me once that if I hadn't spoken up, Dan would have gotten away with it forever. That Grandpa would have been disrespected by the very people who claimed to honor him. She thanked me for protecting his memory when no one else had the spine to. And my parents, I haven't spoken to my mother since the ruling. Not once. She sent a letter, handwritten, 3 pages long. I opened it, read the first line, then fed it to the shredder. I wasn't interested in "I did what I thought was best" anymore. That ship had sunk. My dad eventually reached out quietly, respectfully. We had coffee. He apologized again, not just for the fraud, but for the years of being silent while I got torn down in the name of tough love. I told him I appreciated it, but I also told him this: if you want to be in my life, you do it by showing up, not by covering for other people's damage. So far, he's kept showing up. But most importantly, I'm no longer the disappointment. Not to myself, not to the people who matter, and definitely not to the family that couldn't handle the truth. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Ethan and I'm 28 years old. If you'd asked me a month ago, I would have told you that my family was at worst mildly dysfunctional. You know, the usual passive-aggressive comments at Thanksgiving, my mom playing favorites with my younger sister, Emily, and my dad being blissfully unaware of literally everything. Annoying? Sure. Unbearable? Not really. But then Emily's wedding happened, and I realized something. My family doesn't just have favorites. They have a main character, and spoiler alert, it's not me. A little background here. Emily is 25, and to say she's been treated like royalty her entire life would be an understatement. I mean, this is the girl who threw a tantrum at 16 because my parents got me a used car and she wanted a brand new one when she turned 16, too. And guess what? She got it. She's the golden child. The princess. The one who can do no wrong even when she's very, very wrong. Me? I was the older sibling who had to set a good example, which was basically do everything right but get none of the praise. If I got an A on a test, my mom would shake her head and say, "Ethan, you're capable of more." Meanwhile, if Emily passed with a C-, it was time to break out the balloons and cake. Anyway, I knew going into Emily's wedding that I wasn't going to be the star of the show. Obviously, it was her wedding and I was happy to just be a supportive sibling. Smile for the pictures, and get through the day without any unnecessary drama. But what I didn't expect, what I couldn't have expected, was how far they would go to make sure I knew exactly where I stood in this family. The warning signs were there early on. First, I found out that I wasn't in the wedding party. Fine, whatever. Not everyone includes their siblings as bridesmaids or groomsmen. Then I found out that Emily's childhood best friend, her coworker, and her fiancé's cousin's girlfriend were in the wedding party. All right, that stung a little, but hey, maybe she just wanted to keep things fresh. Then came the seating chart. Now, I didn't expect to be at the head table. Obviously that's for the couple and their wedding party, but I figured I'd at least be seated with our family, the people I've shared DNA and holidays with my entire life. Nope. When I arrived at the venue and picked up my place card, I noticed something weird. My name wasn't with my parents, my aunts, or my cousins. No, my card wasn't even on the seating chart at all. I had to ask someone where I was supposed to sit. A wedding planner checked the list and then gave me the tightest, most awkward smile I've ever seen. "Oh, Ethan, I'm right here." She pointed. I looked, and that's when I saw it. My seat was not in the grand ballroom where the chandeliers sparkled and the elegantly decorated tables filled the space. It was outside the ballroom, as in the hallway near the coat rack. First, I actually laughed. I thought there had to be some mistake, like, oh, maybe they ran out of chairs and needed to move some things around? But no, that was my designated seat. A lonely little table near the entrance, just me and the faint smell of mothballs from people's winter coats. I turned to the wedding planner, still grinning like a fool because my brain refused to process what was happening. "You're kidding, right?" She looked so uncomfortable. "I'm really sorry, but this is where you've been assigned. Assigned. Like a prisoner getting their cell block number." I wasn't even mad yet. I was too busy being confused. Like, was this some kind of prank? Some bizarre wedding tradition I'd never heard of? I needed answers, and I knew exactly who to ask. I found Emily near the bridal suite, basking in the glow of being the bride, surrounded by her friends and our mom, who was busy fawning over her dress. She saw me coming and gave me the fakest smile in the world. "Oh, hey, you made it." I held up my place card. "Yeah, quick question. Why is my seat not in the reception hall?" She blinked, then actually giggled. "Oh, that? We had to move a few things around last minute." "Uh-huh. And I just so happened to be the one who got moved to the hallway?" Emily shrugged like it was no big deal. "I mean, yeah, we had to prioritize close family at the main tables." I blinked. "I am close family." That's when my mom, who had been pretending not to listen, chimed in with a sugary sweet voice. "Now, Ethan, don't make a scene. It's Emily's special day." "I'm not making a scene. I'm asking why I'm literally sitting with the coats." And then Emily dropped the line that officially made this the worst wedding I've ever attended. "Well, you kind of aren't really immediate family anymore." I stared at her, trying to decipher what that even meant. "Excuse me?" She shrugged again, adjusting her veil like this conversation was boring her. "You moved out years ago, you don't come around that often, and you're not married or anything. It's just different now." I don't even know how to describe the feeling that settled in my chest at that moment. It wasn't just anger. It was something heavier, something colder. I wasn't immediate family anymore because I had the audacity to grow up and live my own life, because I wasn't married. Before I could say anything, another voice cut in, and that's when I saw her, Emily's mother-in-law. I hadn't interacted with her much before that day, but the second she walked up, I knew exactly what kind of person she was. The type who loved drama, thrived on it, and lived to stir the pot. She glanced at me, smirking. "Oh, you're Ethan? I was wondering who that seat belonged to." I forced a tight smile. "Yep, that's me. The sibling who apparently doesn't count." Emily's Emil chuckled and gave me a once-over, her expression full of mocking sympathy. "Well, you know how weddings are. Only the most important people get the best spots." That's when it clicked. This wasn't just Emily's doing. Her new mother-in-law was enjoying this, and suddenly everything made sense. This wasn't some seating mistake. This wasn't bad planning. This was intentional. And the moment I realized that, something inside me shifted. I wasn't going to sit through this wedding quietly, and I definitely wasn't going to leave without making a statement. I took a slow, deep breath, my fingers tightening around the place card still in my hand. All right, if this is how they wanted to play it, fine. But they forgot one thing. I grew up with Emily. I knew her secrets. I knew all the little things she said behind people's backs. And most importantly, I knew that she hated her new mother-in-law. Oh, she'd smiled in her face, acted all sweet. But behind closed doors, it was another story. And right now, I had an audience. I turned to Emily's mother-in-law, plastering on my best fake sympathetic expression. You know, it's funny. Just the other day, Emily was so worried about seating arrangements. Emily, who had been looking at her nails like she was bored, suddenly stiffened. Emil raised an eyebrow. Oh, I nodded, keeping my voice casual. Yeah. She was stressed. Kept saying she really didn't want certain people sitting too close to the head table. I let the words linger, then leaned in slightly, like I was letting Emil in on a juicy little secret. Something about not wanting her wedding photos ruined by, what was it, Emily? I turned to her, tilting my head. Oh, right, by someone's tacky dress. A hush fell over the little group. Emil's smirk disappeared in an instant. Excuse me? Emily's face drained of color. Ethan, but I wasn't done. Oh, and remember how you were so worried about speeches? You were really stressed about what certain people would say. I gave Emil a pointed look. I believe your exact words were, if she gives a speech, I swear to God I'll lose my mind. She's so embarrassing. She'll probably try to make the whole thing about herself. Emily's expression darkened. Emily made a strangled noise, reaching for my arm. Can I talk to you for a second? I pulled away, pretending to be confused. Why? I thought we were having a family conversation. Since I'm not immediate family, I figured I'd at least try to get involved somehow. Emil turned to Emily, her eyes narrowing. Is that true? Emily let out a nervous laugh, shaking her head. No, of course not. Ethan is just... Oh, and don't forget the bachelorette party. I gasped, smacking my forehead. Silly me. How could I not mention that? I turned back to Emil. You know, the one where Emily spent half the night complaining about you? Said she was counting down the days until she didn't have to fake nice anymore. Said she was only tolerating you because she didn't want to start her marriage off with drama. That was it. That was the kill shot. Emil's mouth fell open. My mother, who had been standing awkwardly to the side, looked horrified. My dad, who had been completely clueless up until now, actually took a step back like he wanted to pretend he wasn't part of this. Emily's friends, the bridesmaids, started whispering amongst themselves, sending each other wide-eyed glances. Emily, meanwhile, looked like she was about to burst into flames. Her lips were moving, but no sound was coming out. And then Emil turned on her. You ungrateful little brat. I had to bite my tongue to keep from smiling, because, oh, this was about to get good. You think you can just use me? Emil's voice was sharp, angry. After everything I've done for you, the money I put into this wedding, the favors I pulled. She gestured wildly toward the ballroom, her perfectly manicured nails flashing under the chandelier lights. And this whole time, you've been running your mouth behind my back? Emily stammered. I didn't. Emil turned to my parents. You knew about this? You raised her to be this kind of snake. My mother looked like she was going to faint. Of course not. Emily would never. Oh, don't even try. I cut in, shaking my head. You absolutely knew. You just didn't care. I let out a fake sigh. I mean, you did raise her to think she's the most important person in the world. Kinda makes sense she'd start treating everyone else like garbage, huh? Mom's face twisted with anger. Ethan, stop it. Why? I asked, crossing my arms. Because I'm causing a scene, huh? Funny how that only matters when I'm the one speaking up. Didn't seem to be a problem when Emily literally shoved me out of the reception. By now, people were definitely staring. The whispers had grown louder. Guests were turning their heads, murmuring amongst themselves. Even the groom, who had been missing this whole time, finally wandered over, his brows furrowed. What's going on? Emil rounded on him next. What's going on is that your wife is a backstabbing little brat who's been insulting my family this whole time. The groom blinked. Wait, what? Emil jabbed a finger toward Emily, who looked like she wanted the ground to swallow her whole. She's been running her mouth about me for months, complaining about my dress, my speech, my presence, saying she's only putting up with me until she doesn't have to anymore. The groom turned to Emily slowly. Did you actually say that? Emily shook her head furiously. No. I mean, well, not like that. Emil scoffed. Oh, not like that? Oh, please. And here I was thinking you actually cared about this family. And just like that, it was officially a war zone. Emil and Emily were snapping at each other. My mom was trying to calm everyone down, which wasn't working. My dad looked miserable, like he wanted to walk into the ocean, and the groom was still just standing there looking like someone had just hit him in the face with a frying pan. Meanwhile, I just stood there watching the destruction unfold, sipping my champagne like I was at a Broadway play. And I'll be honest, it was beautiful. But the best part, the absolute cherry on top. I wasn't done yet. Emily's voice was climbing in pitch, her hand shaking as she turned to her new husband. You believe her over me? She shrieked, gesturing wildly in my direction. Her husband, to his credit, was still trying to process everything, his jaw clenched, his expression shifting between disbelief and embarrassment as guests openly stared at them. I don't even know what to say, Emily, he muttered, rubbing his forehead. I mean, did you say that stuff? Emily scoffed. It was taken out of context. I raised an eyebrow. Out of context? Oh, right, that classic excuse. I put on my best mocking voice. Oh no, I was just venting. I made air quotes. Oh no, I didn't mean it that way. My voice flattened. Give it up, Emily. You got caught. And let's be honest. If I didn't say anything, you still wouldn't have cared. Emil, whose fury was only growing, turned to my parents. And you're just okay with this? Mom's mouth opened and closed like a fish. She looked desperate to say something that would salvage the situation. We don't condone. Oh, cut it, I said, waving a hand. You absolutely knew she felt this way, and you still let her pretend to be the perfect daughter-in-law. I clicked my tongue. Guess it's all about keeping up appearances, huh? Emily screamed. You're ruining my wedding, Ethan. I looked around dramatically. Oh, I'm ruining it? Sorry. Didn't realize I was the one treating family members like dirt and trash-talking the mother of the groom. I turned back to the guests, many of whom were staring with wide eyes. What do you guys think? Who's really to blame here? A few people averted their eyes, not wanting to get involved, but one of the bridesmaids, Emily's own bridesmaid, whispered something to the woman next to her, and that woman, she let out a laugh that only made Emily angrier. You think this is funny? She hissed, whipping toward them. The bridesmaid's lips twitched. I mean, kind of. Oh, this was getting good. Emily's hands curled into fists, but before she could explode again, I decided to wrap things up because, frankly, I was bored. I let out a dramatic sigh, shaking my head. Well, this has been lovely. Really, just a fantastic experience. But I think it's time for me to go. Emily scoffed, throwing up her hands. Fine, go. I grinned. Oh, don't worry, I will. Then I turned toward the gift table, scanning the pile of expensive-looking presents stacked near the front. And there it was, my gift. The one I had spent weeks picking out, the one that had taken actual effort, thought, and more importantly, money. Emily followed my gaze and her eyes went huge. Ethan, no. I strolled over, humming to myself as I plucked the gift from the table. Emily's jaw dropped. Are you seriously taking it back? I gave her a deadpan look. Why would I leave it? Apparently, I'm not real family, right? I let out a fake gasp. Oh my God. What if I accidentally contaminated it with my servant germs? I clutched my chest dramatically. Wouldn't want to taint your precious married life. Emily's face turned a dangerous shade of red. You're such a child. I shrugged, clutching the box under one arm. Maybe, but at least I'm not a fake, lying, two-faced brat who pretends to be sweet while talking bad about people behind their backs. I turned toward Emil, whose fury still hadn't subsided. Hey Mel, Good luck with this one. I give it a year. Male actually laughed. Emily shrieked. I turned on my heel and made my way toward the exit, the tension behind me so thick you could cut it with a knife. Guests were whispering. The music had stopped completely. The atmosphere had completely shifted from celebratory to full-blown disaster, and honestly, I loved it. As I reached the door, I paused, looking back at the chaotic scene behind me. Emily was still arguing with Emil. My parents looked like they wanted to disappear into the floor. The groom was just standing there like he was reconsidering his entire life. And me? I gave a little wave, a smug smile tugging at my lips. Enjoy your perfect wedding, sis. Then I walked out. I didn't look back. After I walked out of that disaster of a wedding, I didn't need to. I already knew the damage had been done, and honestly, it was more satisfying than I could have imagined. The moment those doors shut behind me, I let out a slow breath and adjusted the weight of the wedding gift under my arm. Petty? Maybe. Satisfying? Absolutely. I drove home in silence, letting the night settle around me, my mind replaying every detail of what had just happened. My sister's shrieking, my mother's panicked expression, my father's silence, Emil's absolute rage. It was all golden. But I knew the fallout was just beginning, and I was right. The next morning, my phone was flooded. Calls, texts, missed voicemails. It was like my entire family had suddenly remembered I existed. My mother had left 7 voicemails, her voice switching between desperate pleading and absolute fury. Ethan, what were you thinking? You've humiliated your sister on the biggest day of her life. Call me back now. Ethan, honey, please, we can talk about this. Just come over. Let's work this out. That was the most immature, selfish thing I have ever seen. I hope you're happy. I hope you enjoyed destroying your sister's wedding. Oh, I did, Mom. I really, really did. But my sister's messages? Even better. It's over between us. How could you do this? You ruined everything. I can't even look at my wedding photos because of you. You took back your gift. Are you serious? What kind of person does that? I hate you. I really, really hate you. I grinned as I scrolled through them, sipping my coffee. If Emily thought a few angry texts were going to make me feel bad, she didn't know me at all. But what really caught my attention was the text from my dad. Unlike my mother and sister, he wasn't spewing insults or demanding an apology. His texts were short, simple. Call me when you have a moment. I hesitated before dialing his number. Dad wasn't the type to get involved in drama. Usually, he let my mom and Emily run the show while he stayed in the background. The fact that he was reaching out at all meant something was really going on. He picked up after the second ring. Ethan? Hi, Dad. A long pause. Then he sighed. Why would you do this? I snorted. Wasn't my fault they lit the fuse. He let out another sigh, and for a moment, I thought he was about to scold me, but instead he chuckled low, almost tired. Yeah, they kind of did. That caught me off guard. Wait, you agree with me? I didn't say that, he replied, but his tone was different, quieter. But I saw what happened, and I saw how your mother and sister treated you. It wasn't right. I leaned back in my chair. So, you're the only one not blaming me? Another pause. Not the only one. Turns out the wedding didn't just go back to normal after I left. The damage I had done? It had been irreversible. Mail had completely lost it after I exposed Emily. She had publicly chewed her out in front of everyone, demanding to know if what I said was true. And Emily, being Emily, had panicked, tried to lie, tried to play innocent. But apparently Emil had already suspected something was off about her. My little revelation? It had been the final straw. By the time the reception ended, Emil had all but disowned Emily, and the groom was absolutely furious. Apparently, he had been under the impression that Emily and his mother had a great relationship. He had no idea that Emily had been trashing her behind her back. Finding out like that, in front of everyone? Yeah, not great for a brand new marriage. According to my dad, he and Emily had a huge fight that night. A huge one, as in, maybe we should rethink this whole marriage levels of huge. And my parents? Oh, they were caught in the middle of it. My mom had tried to do damage control, but Emil wasn't having it. She blamed my mother for raising a spoiled brat, and had told her point blank that she didn't want Emily anywhere near her family anymore. Complete and total fallout. So, what's the situation now? I asked, genuinely curious. Dad sighed again. Emily is… well, she's not handling it well. I rolled my eyes. Shocker. She's blaming you for everything. She thinks if you hadn't said anything, none of this would have happened. I let out a laugh. Oh, of course she does. God forbid she actually take responsibility for her own actions. Dad was quiet for a moment. Then he said, she wants you to apologize. I actually choked on my coffee. Apologize. She thinks it's the only way to fix things. She continued. She thinks if you just take the blame, maybe ML will forgive her and things can go back to normal. I couldn't stop laughing. Yeah, that's not happening. I figured, Dad said, and then in a lower voice, I don't think you should anyway. That actually made me pause. Wait, seriously? I told you, Ethan. I saw what happened, and honestly, maybe it's about time someone called her out. That meant more to me than I wanted to admit. So what now? I asked. Dad sighed again. Your mom is still trying to patch things up with MIL, but I don't think it's going to work. MIL is furious. The groom? He's barely speaking to Emily. And as for Emily, he hesitated. Well, she's a mess. Good. I didn't say it out loud, but I wouldn't lie to myself about how I felt. My sister had spent years making me feel like an afterthought, treating me like I wasn't good enough, like I didn't belong. And now she was facing the consequences of her own actions. It was about time. Anyway, Dad continued, I just thought you should know what's going on. Your mother will probably try to call you again. She can try, I said, shrugging. I'm not answering. Dad let out a short laugh. Can't say I blame you. And that was that. It's been a few weeks since the wedding, and honestly, I haven't spoken to my sister since. She still refuses to take responsibility, still blames me for everything, and still expects me to fix it all. But I won't. I don't regret what I did. If anything, I'm proud of it. As for the marriage, well, let's just say that I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't last. So what do you guys think? Was I too petty? Should I have just played along? Or did my sister get exactly what she deserved? Let me know, I could use a good laugh. Now on to the next story. Story 6. At my mom's birthday dinner, my dad pointed at me and said, this guest doesn't belong anymore. My cousins laughed. My sister raised her glass. Finally, I smirked and said, Ben, dinner's on your card. I walked out. 30 minutes later, the waitstaff came back with the bill. $2,800. My sister called me screaming. I declined. And then my angry family. It was the last birthday I ever attended in that family. The last time I let them drag me into their theater of politeness, stage smiles, and fake gratitude. I didn't know it then, but something would snap that night. Something I had been holding together for years without even realizing how much pressure it was under. My mother's 62nd birthday was already shaping up to be one of those nights I dreaded. She'd picked this upscale Italian place in the middle of downtown. Impossible to park, full of loud conversations about hedge funds and yoga retreats. Everyone acted like this was a rare treat, but I knew how it would go. They'd all order whatever they wanted, act like they were royalty, and then sit back when the bill came, pretending not to notice the waiter hovering near me, because that's who I was to them. Not the middle child, not the loyal son, just the wallet, the safety net, the guy with no kids, no wedding ring, and apparently no personal life or priorities that mattered. My brother had a struggling real estate business and 3 kids. My sister was bouncing between gigs, always between apartments, always one rent check away from crying to our parents. And my parents, well, they'd long since retired into this delusion that I existed to make up for what the others lacked. But this time I came with a plan. I brought a small gift for my mother, a book of photography from a trip she once said she wanted to take but never did. It wasn't flashy, but it was thoughtful. And I didn't bring my wallet on purpose. I wanted to see what would happen if, just this once, I didn't pick up the check like some invisible butler. They all pretended not to notice. Dinner started normally enough. Everyone talked over each other. My dad ordered the most expensive bottle of wine. then pretended he couldn't see the prices on the menu. My sister made a point of mentioning how stressed she'd been, loud enough for anyone nearby to hear. My cousins, who weren't even close to my mom, came mainly for the free food and Instagram stories. I didn't say much. I was just watching. Then, right after dessert, my dad stood up and tapped his glass. He gave this speech about how proud he was of our family, how grateful he was for my mother, how lucky he felt to have raised such strong, close-knit children. Then he turned to me. "This guest no longer belongs here." The table went quiet for half a second. And then my cousins laughed like it was a roast. My sister raised her glass and added, "Finally!" I looked around. No one seemed confused or surprised. No one defended me or asked what the hell that was about. It wasn't a joke. It was planned. So I smiled and said, "Then dinner is on you." And I got up and walked out. I didn't look back. I didn't make a scene. I just walked 2 blocks to my car and drove home in silence. It was strange. I felt calm, like I just stepped out of a building that was on fire and only now realized how hot it had been inside. About 30 minutes later, the waiter brought them the bill, $2,800. And that's when the calls started. First, my sister, 6 missed calls, then my brother, then my dad, which almost never happens. Then the texts. "You better not be serious right now. We can't pay for this. You always do this for family. You just left. Who does that? Are you punishing mom? It's her birthday. I swear to God, you're going to regret this." I turned off my phone and poured myself a drink. It wasn't just about the bill. That night, I finally saw it all clearly. They didn't invite me to celebrate. They invited me to pay for their celebration. And when they thought I might stop being useful, they decided to humiliate me publicly with guests and cousins and even my mom's old coworker watching. Around 10:30 p.m., someone rang my doorbell. I checked the cam. It was my parents and my brother. I didn't even have time to decide whether to open the door. They buzzed in when a neighbor came out, and by the time I reached the hallway, they were inside. They walked in like they owned the place, like it was still the old script and I was just forgetting my lines. "We need to talk," my dad said. We talked for hours, and not the kind of talking that fixes anything. That night was only the beginning. They didn't knock like people who felt guilty. They knocked like people who were sure they were owed something. By the time I opened the door, they were already halfway inside. My dad moved like he'd been rehearsing what to say all the way over. My mom wouldn't look me in the eye. My brother walked in last, quiet, hands in his pockets. Nobody said hi. "We just want to understand what that was all about." That's how my dad opened it, like I'd flipped a table and stormed out of a wedding. My mom jumped in, saying how my leaving had ruined the mood and hurt people. She didn't say who, just that people were hurt. My brother said it felt harsh the way I left, like I'd made some private family tension into a public embarrassment. They circled me with guilt like wolves that hadn't hunted in a while. I asked them what they thought I should have done. Sit there and smile while they mock me in front of guests? Laugh along like it was just a little family ribbing? My dad waved that off, said it was a joke, said I shouldn't take everything so personally. My mom said my sister didn't mean it the way it sounded. My brother said it wasn't about the words, it was about how I reacted. That's when I realized they weren't here to apologize. They were here to reset the script. I'd messed up the play. I'd ad-libbied. I was supposed to take the hit, maybe pout a little, and then quietly pull out my credit card when the bill came. They weren't angry that I walked out. They were angry that I didn't pay before I left. When I didn't respond, they moved to the next part of the routine. My dad mentioned that things had been tight lately. My mom said my sister's rent was about to go up and it was stressing her out. My brother muttered something about car repairs. It was subtle, but not really. This was the moment where I was supposed to say, "I get it. Let me help." But I didn't. I told them I was done. That I couldn't keep being the one holding the whole structure up while getting nothing but passive aggression and disrespect in return. I told them what they said at that table was a line I didn't even know I was waiting for them to cross. And they crossed it. My mom's face dropped like she just realized this wasn't about one dinner. My dad tried to keep control of the room. He asked if I was cutting the family off over a misunderstanding. My brother, surprisingly, stayed quiet. He looked more awkward than upset, like he just realized he came to the wrong house for the wrong conversation. I said I needed space, a lot of it, and I needed them to leave. They didn't yell. They just looked confused, like I was malfunctioning in a way they couldn't diagnose. But they left. When the door closed, it felt different. Final. The silence that followed was the kind that comes after you finally shut off a machine that's been humming for years in the background of your life. The next morning, I logged into my bank account and found the automatic transfer. Every month, $1,300 went to my sister's rent. She never asked nicely. She just cried once months ago about losing her apartment, and somehow it became my problem to solve. I canceled it, no message, no warning. I didn't owe her one. She'd find out soon, for days to be exact. And when she did, I knew exactly how this family would react. They'd accuse. They'd guilt. They'd spin a story where I was the one who changed, the one who abandoned them, and that's when things would really start unraveling. For days later, the storm hit, right on schedule. It started with a text from my sister. Rent bounced. What happened? Then came the call. I didn't answer. She called again, then again. I finally muted her number after the 7th try. An hour later, my mom called. Your sister's in tears. She could be evicted. She didn't know the payment wouldn't come. Why wouldn't you tell her? I didn't answer that one either because the truth was simple. I didn't tell her because I didn't owe her. For over a year, I paid her rent. Every month without thanks, without fail. She never treated it like help. She treated it like payroll, like I was just the unmarried, childless middle son whose life existed to keep everyone else afloat. And when she toasted my exile at that dinner, she had no idea she was also cutting off her own safety net. But I guess they all assumed I'd get over it, that I'd cool off and return to my role just like every other time. Only this time I didn't. That night, my sister showed up at my building. I didn't let her in. She stood outside calling and texting and sending voice messages like she was trapped in a burning building. I don't have anywhere else to go. Why would you do this to me? You're seriously going to ruin my life over a dinner. The irony burned. I didn't ruin her life. I just stopped saving it. The next day, my dad called. This time, he left a voicemail. This is family. You don't pull support over something like this. You're better than that, right? I'm better. I'm responsible. I'm dependable. I'm the one who pays. I'm the one who stays quiet while they disrespect me in public because that's what the better one does. I didn't respond. They didn't stop for 2 straight days. My phone didn't stay quiet for more than 10 minutes. They rotated between guilt, pity, and anger. My brother even texted me something short. Don't punish the whole family because you're mad at her. That's when I realized they all thought this was about my sister. They didn't see it for what it was. Years of being used, expected to carry the weight while they complained about how hard their lives were. So I made a decision. I called my grandfather. He wasn't at the dinner. He's one of the few in the family who still has some distance from all the drama, mostly because he's the only one they still pretend to respect. I told him everything, from the moment my dad pointed at me to the moment they walked into my apartment acting like I'd done something unforgivable. I told him about the money, the rent, the manipulation, the entitlement. He didn't interrupt. He just listened. When I finished, he asked me one question. What do you want me to do? I said, tell them the truth. Tell the rest of the family what they didn't see. Tell them how they treat me. I'm done protecting them. He didn't argue. He said, okay. And just like that, the damage control began. Within a week, I started hearing through extended family, second cousins, aunts I barely speak to, that my parents were furious, that my sister was devastated, that I was twisting the story to make them look bad. But here's the thing, I didn't twist anything. I just stopped hiding it. After I spoke to my grandfather, I expected backlash. Maybe a new wave of guilt texts or one of those dramatic voicemails where my mom sobs just enough to make you feel like a criminal. But nothing came. 3 days of silence, then 4. I figured they were regrouping, maybe trying to get ahead of whatever he was going to say. But then my phone buzzed with a Facebook message from Carla. Carla is one of my mom's nieces, technically my cousin, but we'd never been close. She's quiet, observant, always kept a low profile at family gatherings, and I used to think she wasn't paying attention to anything. Turns out she was paying attention to everything. Her message was simple. Hey, I heard what happened. I'm really sorry. I always knew something was off with how they treated you. That caught me off guard. I asked her how she knew, assuming it was just the usual gossip being passed around, but she replied fast. Your grandpa told everyone at brunch. Said it was time people knew the truth. I found out later that he didn't just tell a few people. He dropped the entire story at a big family brunch. A table full of extended family, including people I hadn't seen in years. No build-up, no soft landing, just the facts. He told them about the birthday dinner, what my dad said, how my sister toasted my exclusion, and how they all expected me to pay $2,800 while mocking me in public. Then he explained how I'd been paying my sister's rent for over a year, and how they walked into my home demanding answers, never once thinking maybe they were the problem. According to Carla, some people looked stunned. A few of the older relatives tried to defend my parents, said maybe there was more to it, but most people just stayed quiet. Apparently, it was the way he said it, no anger, no theatrics, just straight truth. And in that room, that carried weight. I didn't know how to respond to Carla. I just said, thank you. Later that night, I got a text from my dad. You humiliated your mother. That was it. No questions, no acknowledgement of what really happened. No apology, just that I'd made her look bad. That's what this was about. Not the rent, not the money, not even the dinner. It was about control. They were losing it and they were panicking. I didn't reply. 2 more days passed. Then I got a message from the front desk of my building. I had a package. I hadn't ordered anything, so I figured it was a delivery mistake. But when I got there, I saw the box. Medium-sized, sloppily taped, no return address, my name written in Sharpie. Inside was a strange collection of things. A few old shirts I'd forgotten at my parents' house, a coffee mug from college, a school photo of me at 10 years old, and one of those paper cards from a dollar store. Completely blank except for one sentence in the middle. If this is what you want, then here it is. No name, no explanation, just that. It was petty, passive-aggressive, but it told me everything I needed to know. They weren't sorry. They were trying to spin it into my abandonment. I was the villain in their new version of the story. I took the box and dropped it off at the donation center down the street. I didn't need any of it. It was never about the objects, anyway. That night, I made it official. I left every group chat, removed myself from every family thread. I blocked my sister, my dad, my mom, even my brother, changed my phone number, and updated my contact info with a few relatives who actually treated me like a person. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't even that emotional, just necessary. I thought they'd retaliate, maybe try to show up at my place again, try to drag more people into it. But what happened next surprised me more than anything. They adapted. A week after I cut them off, I heard from Carla again. She sent me a screenshot of my sister's Instagram story. It was her, my parents, and my brother on a beach somewhere. Matching drinks, fake smiles, hashtags about family time and hard-earned breaks. Apparently, my parents had started covering her rent again. Not only that, they were traveling, posting meals and cocktails, and rebuilding stronger captions. The same people who swore they couldn't survive without my financial help were now suddenly just fine. Better than fine. And that's when it hit me. They were never struggling. They were just using me because I let them. When I saw the photo, I just stared. There they were. My parents, my sister, and my brother posing on a beach somewhere that definitely wasn't local. Sunsets, cocktails, hotel cabanas in the background. Hashtags like hashtag finally peace and hashtag family strong in the caption. My sister tagged a luxury resort in Florida. I didn't know what I expected. Maybe some sign they were struggling, some evidence that they missed me. But no, they looked better than ever. Like nothing had happened. Like I never existed. It hit differently. Not because I missed them, I didn't, not anymore. It was the ease of it that got to me. The speed. For years, they built this whole story around how hard their lives were. My parents always cutting back. My sister always on the edge. My brother always trying his best with what little he had. And now they were drinking frozen daiquiris and smiling like they just escaped a hostage situation. I hadn't even been gone 2 weeks. That same evening, Carla messaged me again. This time, she sent screenshots. Texts my sister had been forwarding to the extended family. In one, she said I unexpectedly pulled financial support and left her facing eviction. In another, she implied I'd been emotionally unstable for a while and was punishing the family for being happy without him. The irony was almost impressive. They were better off without me. Financially, emotionally, socially, and yet somehow I was the villain for walking away. I didn't respond to Carla right away. I needed time to think, but the more I sat with it, the more something became clear. I had spent years managing their reality, paying for things quietly, never saying anything, never telling anyone what I did for them. And now that I wasn't there to filter it all, they were spinning it their way. They had learned one thing from me: silence creates power. But now it was working against me. So I wrote something. It wasn't an angry message. It wasn't a rant. It was just the truth, start to finish. I included dates, amounts, and names. I explained how I'd been paying my sister's rent every month for over a year. How I had covered 2 of my parents' vacations, including one they told the family was a gift from all the kids. How my brother had sent me grocery lists for the kids, and I had just quietly paid them without asking for anything back. I added screenshots of payment receipts, not to humiliate, but to make it real. And I ended it like this. I didn't walk away because I was angry. I walked away because I finally understood that being useful to people isn't the same as being valued by them. I'm not asking anyone to take sides. I just won't keep lying by staying silent. I sent it to 8 people. Just 8. The ones I knew were getting the twisted version from my parents. The ones who had been liking those fake beach posts and commenting things like, "So happy to see you smiling again." Most didn't reply, but 2 did. One was my cousin Nathan. He just said, "I had no idea. I'm sorry, man. That's effed. Get up." The other was my uncle, my mom's brother. We hadn't spoken in years. His message surprised me. "I always wondered why your parents treated you like you owed them something. Now I get it. Thank you for saying something." Later that night, I got a call from an unknown number. I ignored it. Then came the voicemail. It was my mom. Her voice was cold. No apology, just a sharp tone I'd heard many times before. "I hope you're happy. People are talking. You've embarrassed this family enough. You always knew how to twist things to make yourself look good." She hung up after that. That was the whole message. Not a single word about the truth of what I'd said. Not a denial, just outrage that someone else had heard it. And then the final surprise. My grandfather called. He'd heard what I sent out. I expected him to be upset, maybe ask me to calm things down, but he didn't. He said, "You told the truth. That's more than most of them have done in a lifetime." That night I slept better than I had in years. Not because they were finally exposed, not because I won, but because for once I wasn't pretending anymore. I wasn't carrying guilt that didn't belong to me, and they weren't falling apart without me. They were thriving because the truth was they'd always had the money, always had the time. They just didn't want to spend it on themselves. Not when I was willing to foot the bill. I wasn't the villain. I was just the exit plan. And now they needed a new one. The silence didn't last. 2 weeks after the message went out, I got a letter in the mail. A real physical letter. No return address, typed envelope, printed on thick white paper like a wedding invitation. For a second, I thought it might be a legal notice. Maybe they were threatening me now. But when I opened it, the first thing I noticed was the handwriting. My dad's, but it wasn't addressed to me. It was a draft meant for someone else. The letter was written to a relative, someone from our grandfather's side. It was a weak attempt at damage control. It explained that I'd had a breakdown after years of isolation, that I'd become bitter after being alone for so long, and that they'd done everything they could to support me. They never sent it. Somehow it ended up in my mailbox. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe someone in the family, tired of the lies, wanted me to see it. I'll never know. What I do know is that it confirmed what I already suspected. They weren't just letting me go. They were trying to erase me. They weren't content with me walking away. They needed to make sure I was the broken one, not them. So I made the final move. I took down the last of what tied us together. A shared storage unit I had been paying for that had boxes of family junk they never once bothered to collect. A cell phone plan my sister was still somehow on. I shut down everything, cut the cords, canceled the services, transferred ownership of the few shared assets I could legally remove myself from, and then, for the first time in my adult life, I blocked my mother. I hesitated before doing it. Not because I thought she deserved another chance, she didn't, but because I knew the firestorm it would trigger. But in the end, I tapped block and didn't look back. The next few days were quiet. But then came something unexpected. A message from my grandfather. Short, almost cryptic. They're scrambling. They didn't know you'd go this far. I called him. He told me that after they realized I'd fully cut them off. No numbers, no emails, no way in, they started turning on each other. My dad blamed my sister for pushing too far at the dinner. My sister blamed my mom for letting it all go public. My brother was apparently trying to stay out of it, but was secretly asking cousins if they thought I'd ever come around. Then he said something I didn't expect. Your mom's been calling me. Says they want to talk again, but not to apologize, to fix their reputation. That was it. Not to fix anything with me, not to understand, just to salvage what other people thought of them. And that was the moment I knew I had made the right choice. All of them, my mom, dad, sister, brother, they'd grown used to treating people like pieces in a game. I was just the one who stopped playing. They were still traveling, still paying rent, still smiling in pictures. But the shine was starting to fade. People were asking questions. People were starting to notice that the story didn't line up. And the more they tried to protect their image, the more obvious it became. They weren't victims. They were just used to never being told no. Now they're on their own and they don't like it. It's been 3 months since I blocked them. No more calls, no letters, no packages. It's like I disappeared. And honestly, it's been the calmest stretch of time I've had in years. I didn't realize how much noise they brought into my life until it was gone. But yesterday, I got a call from Carla. She said she ran into my sister at the airport of all places. My parents were with her. Apparently, they were flying to Costa Rica. They've been posting less on social media. The captions have changed. Now, it's all vague quotes about letting go of toxic people and finding strength in adversity. They're clearly still trying to control the story, but you can feel the shift. There's no joy behind it, just maintenance, Carla said. My sister looked tired, not physically, but worn out. Like the performative part of it all was starting to drag her down. The most unexpected part. Carla said my mom asked about me. She didn't say anything nice. Just asked if I was still angry. Asked if I was still talking to people. Then said something weird. She'll come around. They always do. It was like she convinced herself that I'm not even me anymore. Just a phase. A rebellious version of me that will eventually dissolve and return to the role they designed. They still don't get it. This isn't a tantrum. This is peace. And I'm not coming back. Now on to the next story. Story 7. At the family reunion, my dad announced, I'd rather eat garbage than talk to you again. Sister laughed. Mom tried to stop him, but I said enough and left. It's funny because he didn't know that, in a month later, he would come begging me. It started with one of those text messages you stare at for 10 minutes before deciding whether to reply. Just a line from my mom. Please come to family dinner. It's important. I didn't reply. Then she called. The first time I let it ring. The second time I answered. She didn't beg. Not exactly. But her voice had that soft edge she only used when she hoped I'd do something I clearly didn't want to. She said everyone would be there, that they wanted to talk, that it was time. I said, You mean it's time for me to apologize again for something I didn't do? She didn't argue. She just became quiet for a moment and said, Do it for me, not for them. And maybe that's the only reason I agreed. I booked the table myself. A private room, 10 seats, candlelight, a view of the river, and a menu that must have made the chef cry when people asked for ketchup. I wanted it to be nice, not because I wanted them to feel special, but because if I was going to play along with this charade, I wanted to be in control. I also knew they wouldn't expect it. They'd think we'd meet at some chain near the motorway. They'd hate the idea that I was the one who had organized something better than they'd ever done themselves. They arrived 20 minutes late. My sister, Madison, had a coat draped over her shoulders like she was walking a red carpet. Sunglasses inside. Dad wore a sports coat like he was somebody. Mom followed, smiling too wide, her eyes darting back and forth as if scanning for threats. I was already seated, drinking a glass of wine I didn't even like. They sat down. I nodded. My mom tried to break the ice with something about how nice the restaurant was. Madison rolled her eyes. My dad didn't say anything at first. He just stared at me, then laughed. Then, without even waiting for the waiter to leave, he said it. "I'd rather eat rubbish than talk to you again." Then Madison actually burst out laughing hard, cackling in her seat as if she'd heard the best joke of the year. She looked at the server, who had frozen halfway through pouring water, and said, "Did you hear that?" He finally said something true. Mom reached across the table to stop her, but she kept going. She started calling me a loser. She said, I had this pathetic habit of always crawling back, always trying to hold the family together like some sad little blue stick. She said that everyone should feel sorry for me, that I had booked all this fancy dinner just to make myself feel important for once. And then she clapped in the middle of the room, mocking applause. That was it. I looked at my mom, who looked like she was going to cry, and I just said no. I got up, left my jacket on the chair, and walked out without a word to either of them. Not even a look back. I thought that was the end of it. But then, less than a week later, I started getting strange emails. Not from them, never from them, from someone else, a name I didn't recognize. And there were documents attached. Financial records, screenshots, things I wasn't supposed to see. First, I thought it was spam. Then I saw the name of the company at the top of one of the PDFs. Madison's company. I didn't know it yet, but something very bad was about to happen to my sister. And in spite of everything, they were going to come running to me, and I was going to make them sorry they ever laughed at that table. The first email came on a Thursday evening. Subject line, "You'll want to see this." No text in the body, just an attachment and a sender I didn't recognize, some alias with a jumble of numbers in the address. I assumed it was junk, deleted it and went to bed. 2 days later, another email. Same sender, this time with 3 attachments. Still no message, just more PDFs, spreadsheets, and a JPEG that looked like a screenshot of a Slack conversation. Something about refunds and someone called Ken needing to be silenced. I still didn't click. But then came the third, and this time the subject line had a name I couldn't ignore. Mad Coventure's internal file, urgent, Madison's company. On pure instinct, I clicked. No viruses, no ransom notes, just files. Dozens of them. Financials, transfer logs, emails between executives, someone highlighting discrepancies in employee payments. Tens of thousands of dollars moved every few weeks to accounts with no names, just numbers. But one detail made my stomach turn. A scanned document bearing Madison's signature. It was under a memo that said, "Push these through before the end of the quarter. No need for legal to check." I scrolled on. Another file with an expense report sheet approved, listing consulting fees in cash payments to an entertainment company that didn't even have a website. This wasn't some minor miscalculation or accounting error. It looked like a front. It looked dirty. It looked federal. But I still didn't know what any of this had to do with me until the last email came. This one had a message, one line, "Your sister's going to need a friend soon. Thought you should see this before it all blows up." I didn't sleep that night. On Monday, I ignored 6 calls from my mother. I picked up the 7th and she sounded out of breath. She said there'd been an accident. Madison was in the hospital. Something about fainting, heart problems, exhaustion. They weren't sure. They were keeping her for tests. I asked if she was okay. My mom said, "She's scared, Andrew. She keeps asking for you." That part took me by surprise. I almost said yes. I almost asked which hospital, but something stopped me. Then, 2 hours later, I got a text from my dad. "We need to talk. It's urgent at your place." I stared at it for a while. I didn't answer, but 30 minutes later, they came anyway. It was the first time my dad had been in my flat ever. He looked thinner, like someone had taken a straw and sucked the life out of him. My mom didn't say anything. She just kept fidgeting with her sleeves. I didn't invite her in. I stood in the doorway. My dad handed me a manila folder, a little wrinkled, and said they needed my help. He said Madison was in trouble. Real trouble. He used words like investigation and indictment. He said they'd frozen her accounts and seized her work laptop. And then he looked me dead in the eye and asked if I could loan them $80,000. I laughed. Couldn't help it. Just laughed right out the door. He flinched. I told him they had picked the wrong loser this time. The one who always apologized. The one who always booked the table. The one who was apparently such a pathetic joke that they couldn't even be polite to him for one night. My mom tried to intervene. Said it wasn't like that they were scared, that Madison didn't know what she'd signed up for, that it was all happening too fast. I looked at them both standing there, practically sweating with guilt and despair. And for a second I thought about saying yes, about stepping up. But then I remembered Madison clapping at that restaurant table like she was watching a school play. So I told them no. And then I told them that I already knew. My dad blinked. My mom's jaw clenched. I stepped back and shut the door. They didn't knock again. They didn't try to contact me again for 3 days. I figured they were either too embarrassed or too busy cleaning up the mess Madison had made. Either way was fine with me. I spent those days doing something I hadn't done in years. Absolutely nothing. I didn't check my email. I didn't answer my phone. I went to the park near my flat, sat on a bench with coffee, and just existed. No drama, no family chaos. It was strangely peaceful until I turned on the television on Thursday morning. It was a local news bulletin, the kind that usually reports on the weather and petty crime. But then I saw it. Breaking. Allegations surfaced against Mad Coventry CEO Madison Bell. I stared at the screen. A blurry image of Madison walking into a courthouse flanked by 2 men in suits, one of whom looked very much like a federal agent. The anchor mentioned words like fraud, embezzlement, and ongoing investigation. They said unnamed whistleblowers had provided financial evidence going back more than 3 years. They showed an enlarged image of a document with a signature that had already been circulating online. Their signature. It was surreal to watch the world see what I'd already known. But what took me completely by surprise was the name they mentioned next. Mine. Sources close to the investigation say a family member of the accused recently received anonymous internal documents and may have been approached for financial support. I blinked. This wasn't supposed to be public. I hadn't said anything. I hadn't leaked anything, and I certainly hadn't spoken to anyone in the press. 10 minutes later, my phone exploded. Old colleagues, high school friends, even my landlord was texting me, "Hey, are you okay, man?" Saw the news. Then came the call from the blocked number. I usually let them go to voicemail, but I picked it up. It was a reporter, some guy from a financial magazine. He said he had sources who said I might be involved in helping to expose the fraud at Madco. He asked if I'd be willing to comment. I told him I didn't know what he was talking about and hung up. But then something unexpected happened. An hour later, someone rang my doorbell. I didn't recognize the voice at first. He said his name was Eli and that he was the person who had sent me the emails. He said he didn't want anything, just to explain before things got worse. Against every instinct, I let him up. He was young, maybe mid-20s, wore a hoodie, trainers, looked like he hadn't slept in a week. He sat on the edge of my couch, nervous, but not threatening. He said he used to work at Madco, a mid-level finance guy, and had been sacked without warning when they found out he was asking too many questions. He hadn't just stumbled across the scam. He had evidence. Backup drives, recordings, and even an entire email thread where Madison told someone to shut it down quietly or we're all going down. He had already talked to investigators. They were building a case, but he said something else that made my stomach turn. "Your name came up, man. Madison tried to pin it on you." I blinked. "What?" He nodded. "They found an old draft email where she tried to make some transfers under your name. She never sent it, but it was there like, just in case. So, they hadn't just been laughing at me. Not only had they begged me for money after the fall, but Madison, my own sister, was apparently willing to use me as a scapegoat if it meant saving herself." I sat back, stunned. He said he thought I should know before it went to court, that summonses had already been issued, that I might want a lawyer. When he left, I didn't say much, just thanked him. I closed the door. Then I opened my laptop and started going through every email, every file he had sent me. I forwarded it all to one person, a lawyer I hadn't spoken to since college. Because suddenly, I wasn't just the guy running away from a toxic family. I was a target. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was scared, but because I was angry. I kept thinking about that dinner, about Madison clapping while my dad acted like I wasn't even human. And now this. Now she was gonna leave me holding the bag when it all fell apart. I passed everything on to Brian. Brian was a friend from law school. We hadn't spoken much since graduation. He'd gone into big corporate law in a downtown high-rise while I'd gone into something quieter. But he always said if I ever needed a favor, just one, he'd be there. I decided to take him up on it. He called me back within a quarter of an hour. He didn't ask a lot of questions, just said, "You're going to want to get in front of this. Come in tomorrow." When I walked into his office the next day, he had a file on me, 2 coffees, and a whiteboard with half a timeline sketched out. That's when I realized something that should have scared me more than it did. He believed it. All of it. And not only that, he thought it was bad. I told him about the email drafts, about the guy called Eli, about my parents turning up asking for money, about Madison's plan to quietly shift the blame my way. He didn't flinch. He'd seen worse. Then he asked the question I wasn't prepared for. "Do you want to protect yourself? Or do you want to bury them?" I hesitated. I said I didn't want anything bad to happen to my family. That in spite of everything, I didn't want to destroy them. I just didn't want to take the blame. I said I just wanted them out of my life and far away from my name. He looked at me and said, "Then we'll do both." Brian wrote a letter, a very formal, very cold letter. It was addressed to Madison's legal counsel, who we found out had already started contacting former employees, probably trying to keep things quiet. The letter made one thing very clear. If my name appeared anywhere in their defense, in court or in the media, we would take immediate legal action for defamation, obstruction, and damages. And Brian wasn't bluffing. He sent a letter that afternoon straight to the inbox of the managing partner of her firm. The next morning, their legal team called him. They were panicked. They denied everything. They said the email was a misunderstanding, that no one had ever intended to implicate me, that they were deeply sorry for any stress it had caused. Brian just said, "Make sure your client understands that very clearly." Then he smiled and added, "Because if she doesn't, he'll go public. Everything." They backed off hard and fast. But that wasn't the end of it, because a few days later, I got another message. Not from a reporter, not from my mom, not from anyone I was expecting. It was from Madison. Just one line, "Please meet me. Just once. You don't have to say anything. Just let me explain." And I swear, for a second I almost considered it. But then Brian called. And you know what he told me? That changed everything. I hadn't answered Madison's message. I let it sit in my inbox like a rotten piece of fruit. Every hour that passed, I expected her to follow up, to call, to threaten, to beg. But she didn't. Just that one message. She probably thought the silence meant I was thinking about it. Maybe I was. Then Brian called. He didn't waste any time. He just said, "You need to hear this." Apparently, one of his contacts, someone who owed him a favor, had gotten wind of a sealed motion that Madison's legal team was trying to push through. It wasn't public yet, but the short version. They were trying to cut a deal with the prosecutors. She'd cooperate, hand over names, documents, whatever they wanted in exchange for reduced charges. But here's the part that really hit me. One of the names on the list she was prepared to give up was mine. Not as a scapegoat this time, but as a co-conspirator. Someone who may have seen documents. Someone who may have received inside information and failed to report it. Someone who may have benefited financially. Brian was calm about it. I wasn't. I asked how the hell this made sense. I didn't work there. I didn't know anything until weeks ago. I didn't do anything. Brian said it didn't matter. What mattered was that their team was willing to try. If it stuck, even briefly, even just enough to raise questions, it would take years to shake it. Investigations, reputational damage, background checks, job prospects, travel. Everything I'd worked for could go up in smoke because Madison thought I was easy to throw under the bus. So, Brian sent another letter. This one wasn't friendly. He filed a preemptive declaration with the court, attached every email, every file Eli had sent, laid out the timeline to show I had no involvement, and just to add insult to injury, he included a formal request that Madison's team be barred from mentioning my name in any future proceedings, period. If they did, we'd sue for malicious prosecution. Then he leaned back in his chair and said, "If they push it, we'll make it public. Every single file." That must have gotten through because 2 hours later, he got a call from one of the partners in their legal team. They wanted to clarify that Madison had no intention of implicating me, that they were correcting the language, that the earlier motion was just a misunderstanding. Brian told them to put it in writing. They did. But here's where things get even messier. I got another message that night. Not from Madison, from Eli. It said, "There's something else. Something I haven't sent you yet. I wasn't sure if I should, but I think you need to see it now." It was a video file. Low quality, shaky, like it had been taken with a phone propped up on a desk. In the frame, Madison and my dad sitting in what looked like their office. She was crying or talking about how things were getting out of hand, about how she couldn't go to prison, about how Andrew doesn't even know what's coming. If it falls on him, it ends there. My dad nodded. He said, "He'll be fine. He always does. He'll come through it. He always does." I must have said it 20 times. That was the moment I stopped thinking about family. After I saw that video, something changed inside me. It wasn't just betrayal. This was cold, calculated indifference. My father, the man who always told me I'd always be his son, no matter what, was casually discussing throwing me under the bus as if it were no different from deciding what to have for dinner. I wasn't angry anymore. I was done. I didn't tell Brian about the video right away. He was already dealing with the legal side of things, and I didn't need any more complications. What I needed was a strategy. One that would not only protect me, but make sure my father and sister understood that they couldn't get away with this. Not anymore. I spent the next few days in complete silence. I didn't answer my mom's calls. I didn't check my emails. I didn't go to work. I didn't leave my flat. I had everything I needed right in front of me. Brian's legal papers, Eli's data, and that damn video. I let it all marinate, thinking about every angle. And then I did something that neither Madison nor my father would ever expect. I called a press conference. I know it sounds dramatic, but hear me out. I put it all together in less than 48 hours. I contacted a small but well-known investigative reporter I'd met years ago. He wasn't part of the mainstream media circus, but he had a reputation for digging into corporate corruption and family drama. He was discreet, knew the kind of leverage I had, and was more than willing to help. He didn't ask any questions. He just told me to come to his office with the files. When I arrived, he had already set up a camera. I gave him everything. The emails, the files, the video, and I gave him a detailed, factual account of the last few months, the fraud, the cover-ups, the lies. I was calm, methodical. I wasn't looking for sympathy. I wasn't looking for a fight. I just wanted the truth out there. I told him to report everything. Then the reporter asked the one thing I wasn't expecting. "Why are you taking this to the press now? What's your goal, Andrew?" I smiled. "To make sure my name is cleared and to make sure they can't do it again. I'm not the victim here. I'm the one they tried to bury. And I won't let that happen." The next morning, it made the news. Not as a small scandal. It was everywhere. The articles came fast. They published the full story, not just about Madison and the company's fraudulent dealings, but about the corruption within the family, about how Madison had tried to frame me for something I had never done, about how my father had been more than willing to let me take the fall while pretending to be the family patriarch. The effect was immediate. Madison's lawyers contacted me first through Brian, of course. They wanted to cut a deal. They claimed that the evidence against her was overwhelming and that a plea bargain was imminent. But that wasn't the surprising part. The surprise came when they asked if I would be willing to speak on their behalf. Not as a co-conspirator, but as a supportive family member to show that I wasn't as involved as they thought. I laughed. It was almost too perfect. But I told them I'd only talk on one condition: full immunity. Full, unquestioning immunity for me and my reputation. If they wanted me to make a statement that would clear my name and save their skin, they'd have to admit everything. Their lawyers balked. But after a day of panic and desperate negotiations, they relented. The next day, I met Madison's team at her office. It was mostly a formality. I read the documents they handed me, signed the papers that ensured my name wouldn't be dragged through the mud again. They agreed to make a public statement that would officially clear me of any wrongdoing in connection with their business. And the final twist: my father didn't show up for any of it. Not once. By the time the ink was dry on the settlement, the media frenzy had begun to die down. But there was one thing that caught my attention. As part of the deal, Madison's name was officially removed from the company's leadership. Her golden child status was gone. The company was in the process of being sold off to cover debts and lawsuits, and all her supposed friends were already looking for the next big thing to latch onto. It was the beginning of the end for them. But for me, I was free. I was out of that mess. No debts, no smear campaign. And the media, they stopped caring as soon as the story dried up. 2 weeks later, I got a final message from my mom. "Madison is out. I'm so sorry, Andrew. I wish you could forgive us." I didn't reply because in that moment, I realized something I hadn't fully understood before. Some families aren't worth saving. And some battles aren't won in courtrooms. They're won by taking control of your own story. Now on to the next story. Story 8. My family called me a loser for living in a rented apartment. "You're a total failure," said parents today when I invited them to my new home. Their faces turned pale. "You're a complete failure," my parents said. They didn't say it once. They said it for years. Every holiday, every family gathering, every time we sat around the dinner table, I was the target. My 2 older brothers, Adam and Jake, had bought their houses years before. Adam had a big house in the suburbs with a pool and a home gym. Jake had a sleek, modern house with floor-to-ceiling windows. And then there was me, Simon, the youngest, the disappointment, the one still living in a rented apartment like a clueless kid who hadn't figured out life. They laughed openly about it. My dad would shake his head and sigh. My mom would say things like, "We're just worried about you," in that condescending tone. Adam would make jokes about how I'd probably be renting forever, and Jake would grin and nod along. But when they needed something, help fixing their Wi-Fi, a ride to the airport, money for something urgent, I was suddenly worth talking to. And I knew it. I saw it clearly, but I never argued. I never fought back. I just let them talk because, while they were talking, I was doing something they never expected. I was saving. I skipped the expensive nights out, I drove the same car for years, and I lived small while they showed off their renovations, their new furniture, their backyard improvements. They thought I was stuck, but I was just waiting. And then I bought my house. Not just any house. My dream house. A beautiful modern place with high ceilings, a spacious kitchen, and a backyard big enough for summer cookouts. I could see myself sitting on the deck with a beer, watching the sunset. No mortgage to drown me, no landlord breathing down my neck. I didn't tell my family. I wanted them to see it for themselves. So, I sent a message to the family group chat. "Housewarming party at my new place. I want everyone there." Instant chaos. My mom called me within seconds. "What new place?" "You'll see when you get there," I said. She asked again, but I just repeated myself. On the day of the party, I stood outside and waited. I heard the cars before I saw them. First, my parents pulled up. They got out slowly, looking around with skeptical faces as if they expected to see some rundown shack. Then, Adam and Jake arrived, exchanging glances and grinning like this was some kind of joke. Then they saw the house and everything changed. No one moved. No one spoke. Their eyes darted around, scanning every detail. The wide driveway, the immaculate lawn, the sleek modern windows. My mother put a hand to her mouth. My dad frowned as if his brain was trying to process what he saw. Adam blinked a few times. Jake muttered, "No way." I let them stand there in silence for a few seconds before I spoke. "So, are you coming in, or what?" They walked through the house, still stunned. The kitchen, the living room, the bedrooms. Every room they entered, I saw the same expression on their faces. Disbelief. My father ran his hand over the kitchen counter. "You bought this?" "Yes." "How?" My mom whispered. I shrugged. Just saved up. They didn't get it. They still didn't understand how I, the loser, had pulled it off. We ate dinner together, but this time there were no insults, no snide remarks. Just an awkward, forced admiration. My dad nodded stiffly and said, "You did good." My mother hugged me and told me she was proud. Even Adam and Jake, who never gave me credit for anything, admitted that the house was incredible. When they left, they all waved and smiled. My mom said, "This house looks good on you." For the first time in my life, I had the upper hand. But I had no idea that a week later everything would change. That a moving van would show up at my house and my parents would get out, expecting to move in. A week after the housewarming party, I was finally settling in. The feeling of waking up in my own home with no landlord, no rent due at the beginning of the month, was unbeatable. I still found myself expecting to hear the neighbor upstairs stomping around or the sound of traffic outside my apartment window. But instead, there was silence, peace. Then, on a quiet Saturday morning, that peace was shattered. I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard the unmistakable sound of a moving truck. I frowned, thinking maybe one of my neighbors was moving in or out. I stepped outside, cup in hand, and I froze. A big white moving truck was parked in my driveway. Then I saw my parents get out of the car, followed by my mother waving enthusiastically. My dad was already walking to the back of the van where a guy in a uniform was unlocking the doors. "What the hell?" I went over, still trying to process what I saw. What's going on?" My mom smiled like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Oh, we're moving in." I stared at her. "What?" My dad clapped his hands. I thought it made the most sense. "The house is huge. More than enough room for us." He gestured to the moving truck. "Got everything packed up. Going to start bringing it in." I actually looked around, expecting this to be some elaborate prank. But no, the movers were already rolling out a dolly piled high with boxes. "You're kidding," I said. My mom frowned. "Why would we joke? This house is perfect for all of us. And it just makes sense. Your dad and I don't want to keep up our place anymore. Too much work." I blinked. "Then sell your house and get an apartment." She waved her hand. "Why should we do that when you have all this extra space? Family should be together." I let out a short, stunned laugh. "You're not moving in." Now my dad looked irritated. "Don't be ridiculous, Simon. You have 4 bedrooms. We already planned this." "Planned it out without telling me?" "We didn't think you'd mind," my mom said, her voice light, as if I was the one being unreasonable. "We're your parents, Simon. And it's not like you have a wife or kids. Why shouldn't we live here?" I was still standing there trying to wrap my head around the sheer audacity of it all, when one of the movers rolled by with a huge plastic bin labeled, "Mom's Clothes." "Hey!" I turned to him. "Stop. None of this is going in." The guy hesitated, looking between my dad and me. "Keep moving," my dad said. And just like that, the guy pushed forward. I stepped in front of him. I said stop. The mover stopped. My mom sighed. "Simon, don't be dramatic. It's already done. We sold the house." My stomach dropped. "You what?" "We sold the house," my father repeated. "It closed yesterday, and we got a great price for it." I felt like I had been taken for a ride. "And where exactly were you going to live if I said no?" My mother smiled sweetly. "But you wouldn't say no. You're not that kind of son." Something inside me snapped. I turned to the movers. "No one brings another box in. In fact, start putting everything back in the truck." The guy hesitated again. "Sir, you hired us." "I don't care. I own this house, you don't. Nobody's moving in." Silence. My mom's face twisted in shock, as if she couldn't believe I was actually rejecting her. My dad's jaw tightened. "Simon," my mother began again. "This is ridiculous. We're your family." I took a deep breath. "You should have asked me before you sold your house." For the first time, her confidence wavered. "We just thought you'd be happy," my mother muttered. "Well, I'm not." For a moment, no one spoke. The movers exchanged awkward glances, waiting for someone to make a decision. Then, my dad did something I never expected. He pulled out his cell phone, dialed a number, and said, Yes, we need a locksmith. I lost it. I grabbed the phone out of his hand. Are you out of your mind? He yanked it back. This is our house now, too. We're getting keys. I laughed, but it wasn't even a real laugh, just pure disbelief. No, you're not. And before they could argue again, I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled out my own cell phone and called the police. I had never called the police on my own parents before. I never thought I'd have to. But there I was, standing in my own driveway, watching movers haul boxes labeled Dad's tools and kitchen plates into a house they had no business moving into. The 911 operator asked what the emergency was. I told them straight out, my parents are trying to move into my house without permission. I could hear the confusion in her voice. Sir, are they trespassing? They sold their house without telling me and just showed up with a moving van, expecting to live here. I told them no, and now my father is trying to call a locksmith to change the locks. That got her attention. She said officers were on their way. When I hung up, my father was still on the phone, arguing with the locksmith, telling him to hurry up because his son was acting crazy. My mother had her arms crossed and looked personally offended, as if I had just spit in her face. Simon, this is ridiculous, she snapped. You called the police on your own parents? Yes, I said, crossing my arms. Since you didn't listen the first 10 times, I said no. For the first time, I saw real panic flash across her face. My dad overheard and finally put his phone down. Are you serious? He asked. As serious as the down payment on my house. Adam and Jake weren't here, but I wish they were. I wanted them to see this, the same parents who'd called me a failure, who'd laughed about how I'd never have a house. Now they were acting like they owned mine. We stood in silence for several long minutes. Then, 2 squad cars pulled up to the house. An officer got out, adjusting his belt. Who called it in? I did, I said, stepping forward. They're trying to move in against my will. The officer glanced over at my parents. My mom immediately went into victim mode. This is just a misunderstanding, she said with a fake little laugh. We are his parents. We sold our house because we thought we were going to live with our son. We raised him, and now he's trying to kick us out like we're garbage. The officer's expression didn't change. Sir, he turned to me. Do you own this house? Yes, I said. I have the deed inside if you want to see it. The policeman nodded, then looked at my father. Did your son invite you to move in? My dad, still angry, put his hands in his pockets. He never said we couldn't move in. I stared at him. What? Yes, I did. Multiple times. The officer turned back to me. Do you want them removed from the property? My mother gasped like she was in a soap opera. Simon, are you really doing this? I didn't even hesitate. Yes, get them out. The officer sighed and rubbed his temple. He turned back to my parents. All right, you heard him. Pack your things and leave. If you refuse, we'll have to escalate this. My dad opened his mouth as if to argue, but then the second cop, who had been silent the whole time, stepped forward. Sir, he said firmly, don't make this any harder than it has to be. I don't think I'd ever seen my father look so small. The movers, who had been standing awkwardly off to the side the whole time, suddenly started putting things back in the truck. My mom stood there in stunned silence. Then, like a switch flipped, she burst into tears. Simon, we have nowhere to go. I stared at her. Whose fault is that? We're your parents who made a major life decision without asking me first. I wasn't buying the act. I had seen this routine before. The guilt, the emotional manipulation, the tears when they didn't get their way. It had worked when I was a child, when I was too afraid to stand up for myself. Not anymore. The cops waited while the movers loaded everything back into the truck. My father, still seething, climbed into the driver's seat. My mom sat next to him, wiping her face and giving me these heartbroken looks, like I was some cruel, ungrateful son who had abandoned her. Then they drove off. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. The officers made sure they were really gone before they went back to their patrol cars. One of them nodded at me. If they come back and try this again, call us. I thanked them and went inside, locking the door behind me. For the first time since I bought this house, it really felt like mine. But I should have known it wasn't over because the next day I woke up to 200 missed calls and texts, and my brother Adam was at the top of the list. I scrolled through them, my stomach clenching. My family group chat was on fire. The messages were coming in so fast I could barely keep up. Adam, are you out of your mind? Mom. Simon, I can't believe you did this to us. Loudly crying face. Dad, I'm ashamed to call you my son. Jake, call me when you wake up. Adam again. You actually called the cops on Mom and Dad? Mom, we're homeless now because of you. Homeless, right? Because selling their house and assuming they could move into mine without asking was totally my fault. Before I could process all that, my phone rang. Adam. I sighed and picked it up. What? Don't what me? He snapped. What the hell is going on with you? You want a list or just the highlights? You got our parents thrown out by the police. What is wrong with you? I sat up in bed and rubbed my face. They tried to move into my house without asking, sold theirs without telling me, and then Dad tried to change my locks. What was I supposed to do? Adam scoffed. Literally anything but call the cops. Like some heartless psycho. I laughed. Oh, so I should have just let them take over my house? Let them walk all over me like they always do? Yeah, no thanks. You could have let them stay, he shot back. Or help them find a place. I clenched my jaw. They didn't want help finding a place. They wanted my house. Not an apartment. Not a condo, my house. Their parents, Simon. You don't just leave your family like that. I was about to argue, but then something clicked. Wait a minute, I said slowly. Where are you in all this? If you're so worried about them, why don't they stay with you? Silence. Adam. More silence. I smiled. Oh, let me guess. They didn't even ask to stay with you, did they? That's not the point, he snapped. I laughed again. That's exactly the point. They never even considered moving in with you or Jake because you never let them. But me, the loser who was lucky to even own a house? Yeah, I was the easiest target. Adam sighed loudly. Simon, you have the space. So do you. They'd be more comfortable with you. Bull. You assumed I was a pushover. That's the real reason. Another pause. Then Adam muttered. Mom cried all night. Maybe she should have thought about that before she sold her house without a backup plan. Adam exhaled sharply. You're really unbelievable. And you're deflecting. He was silent for a few seconds. Then he hit me with the classic guilt trip. If Grandma were alive to see this, she'd be ashamed of you. I actually laughed. Dude, Grandma hated Dad. She literally gave her house to Aunt Linda just so he wouldn't get it. Adam cursed under his breath, realizing the guilt trip wasn't going to work. Look, I said, losing my patience. I get that you're mad, but you're only mad because it's easier to blame me than to admit that Mom and Dad screwed themselves. I don't owe them my house just because they're family. Adam was silent again. Then he muttered, Don't expect us to forget that. I rolled my eyes. I wasn't going to. Then I hung up. I sat there for a moment, letting everything sink in. I should have felt bad. A year ago, I would have felt bad. But now I just felt free. But then, before I could even put my phone down, a notification popped up. $2,000 withdrawn from your account. My blood ran cold. What? I opened my banking app. My joint savings account, the one my parents had insisted I opened with them years ago for emergencies, was missing $2,000. I felt sick. Then came another text from my mom. Thanks for helping us out. Sweetie? Red heart. We'll pay you back when we can. And attached was a picture of my dad handing her a brand new iPhone. I stared at my phone. My hands clenched so tightly I thought I'd break the screen. $2,000 gone. And for what? A new iPhone for my mom, after they tried to steal my house, after they called me a disappointment and turned my own brother against me. I dialed my mom's number. She answered immediately, her voice sweet and innocent. Simon, hi honey. Give me my money back. Pause, then a sigh. Oh, don't be like that. We needed it and you have plenty. I gritted my teeth. It wasn't yours to take. Simon, she said in that tone she always used when she was trying to be reasonable while completely ignoring what I was saying. We raised you, we sacrificed so much for you. Can't you just help us out a little? You didn't ask, I snapped. You just took it, she scoffed. And what would you have said if we had asked? I didn't even hesitate. No, exactly, she said, as if she had just proven some brilliant point. So what difference does it make? I laughed, but there was no humor in it. It doesn't work that way. Give it back. We can't. I blinked. What do you mean you can't? It's gone. Gone just like that. Are you kidding me? It was an emergency. A brand new iPhone is not an emergency. She huffed. Your dad had to do something to cheer me up after you humiliated us like that. I was speechless. Actually, you can be mad all you want, she continued, but family takes care of each other. And after what you did, this is the least you owe us. I almost started to scream, but then something inside me just stopped. I exhaled slowly. Then I said, all right. She paused. All right what? All right? I repeated. Keep the money. Silence. Then she asked carefully, really? Yep. Keep it. I don't care anymore. She hesitated, probably expecting some kind of trick. When nothing happened, she said, well, good. I'm glad you finally understand. I smiled. Yes, I understand perfectly. And then I hung up. I sat there for a few minutes just breathing. Then I went into my banking application and closed the joint account. Next, I blocked my mom's number, then my dad's, then Adam's, just for good measure. And just like that, silence. No more phone calls, no more guilt trips, no more being treated like garbage until they needed something from me. At first, I thought I'd be angry, that I'd stew over it for days, but the more I sat with it, the more I realized something. I had just bought peace. Sure, it was an expensive price, but $2,000 was a small price to pay for the rest of my life without her drama. And honestly, it was the best money I ever spent. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.